can just go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki and find it. Fortress mode tutorial, I think. Yeah, this is a much more useful flowchart. Maybe that's the drunken first draft flowchart. It's certainly a first draft. This is a great flowchart. This is like how to play Dwarf Fortress in one flowchart. Literally. Start. Chop trees, command. Labor DT, cutting. Wood. Dig command, D, labor. Mining. Farm plot, command, BP. Farming fields, pigtails, plump helmets. Stone. Get wood. Carpenter's workshop, BWC. Carpenter, labor. Make barrel. Make still. Scroll down. Booze. It's like, yeah, okay, this is easy. But, you know. Let's dive into Threatdweller. So Threatdweller is a mountain home of a fortress, and we are trying to besiege hell. So my goal for the past few streams has been dig down, dig deeply, dig greedily, find all of the adamantine, and try and discover a portal to hell. We haven't found one yet, but if I find one, I would like to siege hell. That is my long-term goal. It is a very large map with a well, it was a very large population. It's now a shrinking population because our faction is dead. So because our faction is deceased, we don't get migrants. So this is a large bridge with a library on this end and a little tavern in the basement. It's a rather large little tower. And then the bridge goes, of course, over to the main fortress. And the main fortress fills up this fairly large area right here. You know, this is fairly large area. And then down to here, we have this big old lava defense, which we are melting goblins and various other unfortunate enough creatures to walk into our entrance. There's coffins there. Chat investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. If we scroll down a little bit, there's this area that our queen lives in. Now, I should mention that the king was randomly beheaded, and I still haven't figured out why. Down here is the bedrooms for everybody in the fortress. Down here is the lava forge and other forge. There's the reservoir for the lava on the edge of the lava forge. If I go down to here, we have this, area where we dispose of bodies. Down here is a cavern layer, which has been recently reopened. Down here is the middle cavern layer, and then finally the lower cavern layer. The middle cavern layer, did I actually put a bridge in there? I can't remember if I got that set up. Yes, we did. Okay, so middle cavern layer is sealed off by this. France any moment? What? So this is the lower cavern layer. It's, it's sealed off by that drawbridge. Then if I go even lower, we do hit the bottom. Hold up. Did I screw something up here? Yes, okay, no, I didn't screw something up. I thought I had like one screwed up stairway in there. Down here is the layer with the lava in it, and we've been, making these dig-inable, and then digging deeper, and then making them diggable, and then digging deeper, and then making them diggable, and then digging deeper, and rinse and repeat. And working on digging down into lava by, dumping water on it. In fact, we can probably dump some more water into this. Do it again. Well, let's do that again. As for dwarves in the fort, we do have 120-something. They're quite varied, so if you'd like a dwarf, we could probably give you one. The dwarves in the fort that are alive, that are named, are Mirror Hull Clay, Frog, for hire, Libero Ludos, Diamond Destruct, Elomino, our glorious and gracious queen, Semtaxagon, Tygozar, Redger, Harry is Gamer, Wilmer, Stone, Falfon, Wait What, Hops, Telebi, Grated Parmesan Ches, Cutest Ghost, Grime Wiper, who killed a forgotten beast that was made of poop, Harum Harums, Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap, Rolf, Mapetty, Hydra Slayer, who killed a Hydra, Titan Slayer, who killed a Titan, and Athros, Belug, and Dershland. If you heard your name called and you would like me to check in on your dwarf, let me know. And that's the fortress. That's kind of the overview of the fortress. We're smelting a lot of metal. Frame rates go up. Frame rates go down. Generally quite playable, considering how big this world is. This map is. If you didn't hear your name called, yes, you did die. We've lost large numbers of dwarves. Like, you know, we were at 220, right? And we've gone down to 126. So population has dwindled in multiple occasions. Although the mountain gnomes are still partying, which is, you know, a good sign. At least someone's still happy. Currently running slower than it has been, though. Suddenly wondering, like, I wonder if something's stuck somewhere. Probably not, but curious at the very least. Probably all of the lava out there, actually. But as always, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress or the fortress or what we're trying to do or what anything means or any of that sort, feel free to give me a shout and let me know. Because I can do my best to give you an assist. There is a unicorn hanging out right there. I feel like I should start trying to capture and train unicorns. I just don't know where I'd do it, because there's really, like, no good pasturing areas in this fortress currently. Who's running the water pump? There you are. Pump operator. Also, Farana, if you would like another dwarf, I can redwarf you. I might even go look for your remembrance slab if I feel kind, I would say. The lava continues to flow. We do have some depressed dwarves in the fort. Most of them are depressed due to lost loved ones. Like this one, being lonely after being away from family for so long. I think they had, like, a partner that was here who died in regards to this miner. Human caravan has arrived to trade. Alrighty. And the queen has mandated construction of maces. Okay. Iron mace, too. Probably cancel the cutting of emeralds. Sure, we're not actually making any adamantine wafers anymore either. I'm still trying to get that conversations rolling, chat. It's been a very lurky start to the stream today. We had some conversations for a minute there, and then they just kind of died. I'm not sure what happened. I think it's the beavers. Like, all of the bad beaver jokes just, like, made everybody in chat just be like, fuck this shit. Go take a nap. What's your dwarf up to? That's a good question. Probably being a dwarf, if I were to guess. But sparring was lonely after being away from family. Kind of typical. You have no family, but you do have a pet turkey gobbler who's dead. You had a pet turkey gobbler. Killed 2 ogres, 3 trolls, another troll, 4 goblins, 5 more trolls. Wombat, a turkey, hopefully not yours, and 2 naked moledogs. Unbelievably strong, very tough. Long hair tied in a ponytail. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and she becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, which is ironic because that is a strengthening after suffering the travesty of art defacement. Nope, you're definitely not a metal worker. You are a proficient military dwarf from looks. But you may have some metalworking skills if I can re-find you. You are a legendary armor smith. So you're a legendary armor smith turned sword master. Pretty badass, if you ask me. Pretty badass. Good win, Mapetty. Apologies, nuclear sneeze. But yeah, anything to just kind of get the conversations rolling again. Because that's kind of like the thing that makes my job easy to do, especially when streaming Dwarf Fort, because this is such a conversations-focused game. You know, just glancing at this dwarf, I feel like you should be in a better mood, but you really want to do something creative. So you know what? I'm just going to give you the metalsmithing gigs. Say good luck. Because, like, you should not be that depressed. You just want to pray. Like, you really want to pray. Well, how about, I mean, you're just a resident performer, so I was gonna be like, well, I can make you a performer in the temple, but I literally can't do that because you're just a resident performer. Damn shame, that is. You should have known to wait for Diamond's participation. Is Diamond even here today? I think he is. Pretty sure Diamond's not here today. You know what's strange to me? Is I get these, I get these marketing emails, Chad. I get a lot of marketing emails. But I've been getting these marketing emails relatively recently that are just like, hey, immortalize your family memories in vlogs. Do normal people who don't make content of any kind make vlogs? Is that a thing? Like, do people actually do that? Like, I've been kind of under the impression for ages that, like, vlogs are, you know, for people who make some sort of content, at least in some form, right? But do people, like, actually just, you know, hang out with their family and make a bunch of vlogs? Is that a thing people do? I'll be honest, the live journal? Vaguely. We need more magma forges, I think. Let's do that. Let's place some more forges. Give them a minute to get down here and fix that. I don't know if I don't think I ever knew anybody who used LiveJournal. Like, I remember the existence of it, but kind of in the same way that I remember the existence of MySpace and Dig. Did I ever really use MySpace? No. I did have an account, though. And I never really used Dig either, and I also had an account on Dig. I mean, Dig is kind of the predecessor to Reddit in a lot of ways. If I remember correctly, the founder of Reddit used Dig. Prepared naked. A masterpiece prepared naked. Yes, thanks, Text Size, for not fitting there and making that funny. Really should just at Diamond on Discord and just be like, chat is waiting for you to before they invest. I mean, no one in their right minds remember LiveJournal. I don't know. It's just, it's the concept of making vlogs, making vlogs instead of like making home video, I guess, is just like kind of funny to me. It's like, oh, people call them vlogs now, even if they're home video. It's like, well, what are you actually making? Well, you're clearly making videos of your family, right? So I would not call those vlogs. I would call that like a family video. But it's just reading that as vlogs is just weird. I guess something that I won't fully ever be able to process. Let's make more magma smelters. These will be smelters. Well, I was saying vlogs, not blogs, with a V. So I never once said blogs. We're talking about something different then, which is why I'm perplexed as to why you reference LiveJournal. Because I was talking about how I think it's a little odd. That's all good. I was talking about how I think it's a little bit odd that I get marketing emails from even like Adobe, and they're just like, hey, you should make this thing. 2 separate swordmasters use this thing. I love the histories of like kills on weapons in Dwarf Fortress. It's super cool. But it's all good. You know, it's although on the topic of blogs, I was watching an episode of Kitchen Nightmares relatively recently, and it's from like 2008 or something, right? 2008, 2009. And there was this whole sequence towards the latter half of the episode where a influential blogger shows up. And they all start freaking out because she just received her appetizer and she starts tweeting. And they're like, she's live blogging the event. Oh no. And like Gordon's looking at his BlackBerry and checking Twitter and all that shit. And it turns out it's good feedback, and he shows the restaurant owner, and everybody's really happy. But I remember looking at that, and I'm just like, influential blogger, hey? Because very loudly, it's at one point, Gordon states she has 5,000 followers. My mom has 5,000 followers on Twitter, and like I don't think she's ever put any effort into her Twitter account. Like, one of my goals in my career has been to pass my mom in Twitter followers, but it's like, man, the industry has changed so much. So much. In such a short period of time. Like, just imagine 5,000 followers being considered a highly influential blogger. Maybe I'm just like a bad person who's just like gatekeeping this industry, but I don't know. I think that this stuff's just too funny. Like genuinely, it's very amusing to me. That Weaver is throwing a tantrum again. Ton. Why you gotta be that? We're also going to go through here and we're gonna break down these because we don't need those anymore. We also don't need these magma smelters because some of the dwarves still pass down there. Not many of them, but some of them do. And with these, we also got to get rid of these. It's finally time to entirely move our stuff upstairs. Anyway, aside from that, I watch way too much Kitchen Nightmares. I'm pretty sure I've seen every episode of that show now. Most of the British series, most of the North American series as well. Also, for those of you who missed it, for those of you who care about Dwarf Fortress, they put the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress PAX panel up on YouTube. So if anybody's looking for that, shout and I can give you a link. But it's kind of funny to me because I'm just like, wait, not everybody saw this already? But apparently some people haven't, because the Dwarf Fortress subreddit kind of all kind of had a mini mental meltdown when they saw that get posted. Like, oh, huh. Interesting. Jumping back to the subject of actual blogs, though, I mean, the big shame, I think, Colisman, about the internet is that if you're not trying to monetize it, you're a loser. That's just the entirety of the internet. To the point where like TwitchCon, especially TwitchCon North America, just feels kind of like an MLM scheme to me. It really feels like a multi-level marketing scam because it's just like, oh yeah, well obviously if you're streaming for anything other than like maximum possible profits, what are you even doing? There's no reason to stream for any other reason other than profits, right? Dump all the arrows because I've got no use for them. Keep the bolts. Like, I like Twitch. I like streaming. I like making stuff on Twitch and for Twitch, but there's certain parts of this site now, especially, that are just hard for me to stare at. Holy shit, that's a lot of adamantine. All right, let's go add a spear, 10. Add a sword, 10. Add a shield, 30. Time to start making stuff out of adamantine, because apparently I got way more than I thought I did. All right. Are you still operating that pump? Yes, you are. I could probably tell you to stop doing that, right? No, I can't, actually. Okay. And here I thought that it would have been done by now. Any better than steel? Not really. At a point, you kind of need to make something for vanity's sake, right? I figured that you guys would point to me and say funny words if I started making adamantine statues or tables. Wait until I start paving the floors with adamantine. I did that once, actually. I had a whole bunch of adamantine and like my army was just like steamrolling with steel. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to spite you, chat room, and just make floors out of adamantine. And you know what? I did. And you know what? It was kind of funny to me, anyway. It's becoming one hell of a little workshop area. I like it. But no, shields are based on weight. So the effectiveness of shields are based on weight because the lighter it is, the faster the dwarf can move it in the direction. So believe it or not, wooden shields are better than iron shields. But adamantine is one of the lightest materials in the game. I think featherwood is lighter. I think. But adamantine is one of the lightest materials in the game, which is why it's so effective. So, are they better than steel? Yes, for that reason. But generally, no. I mean, they're around the same. Shield material, I think, is one of the least important of everything. The only time, like, material really matters is on armor. You want something that's strong and dense so that it doesn't get damaged as easily. So, like, copper is obviously not as good as steel because steel is way stronger. But shields don't get damaged. Shields need to block. And the speed at which shields get in front of things is what matters. Like, as an example, you can block dragon fire with a wooden shield. Which is, you know, a very Dwarf Fortress thing, but it works and you can do it, so who cares? Well, looks like we're starting to make things out of adamantine. Adamantine spears. Harry is gamer. How good of a weaponsmith are you? You're an adept mist mason and expert engraver. Very rusty but skilled fish cleaner. Proficient weaponsmith. There we go. You'll love to see it. I will watch you profess your skills profusely. Many random thefts. You're watching a brewing demonstration. That's good. But he loves a brewing demonstration. Demonstrate your brews, dwarves. gonna take a look at some of these miners. Find some that, like, really just want to be the military. Gripped by crippling shyness, eh? Once again, if anybody wants a dwarf, or if anybody has any questions, or just wants to talk about Dwarf Fortress, or ask questions about the game, feel free to give me a shout. Still trying to get that chat moving. I think that that's going to be a fight for the rest of the day. Very thankful that we got those raids at the start. Send you into the disemboweled sabers. Hells yeah. Let's get you in there. Because I do need to fill up my military squads again. You want to practice some martial art? Dreams of raising a family. You feel tempted, never feels tempted to overindulge in anything. Really. And never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. He is very quick to anger and not a private person, and freely shares details of his life. He is a perfectionist. Doesn't seek out excitement and doesn't handle stress well. But wants to practice some martial arts. So you know what? Let's give you the opportunity to try there, Dwarf. How about you? By crippling shyness, cracks easily under pressure, unfriendly and disagreeable, and dislikes receiving advice, and likes to think before acting. Yeah. Just let you raise a family and go do other things. Check out Zephon. Got into an argument and is angry about it. Wants to practice some martial art. That's a good sign. Dreams of raising a family. Is incredibly calm. Close-minded. Can handle stress. Ooh. How do you feel about being brave? No thoughts? I mean, that's fine. This fort is a little laggy these days. I think it's primarily because of the map size. But it is also speeding up, which is curious. 'Tis very curious. Still getting our wine guzzled by gnomes. Forging adamantine short swords. Looks like some of my military dwarves are even grabbing new weapons. That's interesting. What are you picking up, if I can see? Actually, what did the new guy just pick up? Iron chain leggings, adamantine shield. Damn. Superior quality adamantine shield. Adamantine spear. We got our first few spear dwarves, it looks like. It's a fun addition. Gonna give us some varied weapons in our military. So something that happened last time is this lever got broken. Which really sucked when that lever got broken. And the reason it sucked is because it means that we had to rebuild the entirety of the Moon of Fire, which is our defensive setup, which was not optimal, to put it nicely. Fortunately, I hope we won't have to do that again. Does everything in our power to avoid excitement and stress. Well, why are you even a dwarf then? Also, chat room, I'm going to do the thing now. Can we please get a round of beers? It's officially been 10 minutes since anybody's said anything in the chat. If you're listening to the stream, just type in the word beer and let's see how many beers we can get. Because today is painfully slow. which is ironic because of how many people are watching, but doesn't handle stress well. Man, did none of you handle stress well? Oh, fuck, man. Here's a crafting masterwork someday. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Why are they so fixated by all these baubles? Why are they so fixated by all of these baubles? Seem to care about dead bodies, gripped by crippling shyness. Don't really care about anything anymore. You'll do fine. You'll do fine. I want to have at least 3 full squads. Enjoy your sips, Cappy. I think you need your ears checked, Atomic. Alright, well, what can I actually sell these lads? All this crappy clothing, I think. Someone is just having like a coughing fit outside. One of the problems with this building is there is a smoking area that's pretty close to my apartment. People have a habit of just going out there and smoking. And then just like hacking up a fucking lung for like 5 minutes at a time. It's like, you know, there's smoking and then there's just like slow motion suicide. And I think that's what this person's doing. Pretty sure it's just slow-mo suicide. All that clothing over. We recently redid a lot of the clothing in the fort. Let's also bring our broker over, who's the elf in my fortress. Who's also my mayor, I think. Also need to redo where all of these stockpiles are if we keep playing this fortress for any extended period of time. So of course you're collecting webs and not actually doing what I need you to do. And all you feel is like puking. You know, I tend to agree. I have plenty of friends who smoke, like plenty frequently. It's like I smoke a joint maybe once a month. But I generally don't because it just kind of makes me feel like shit for like 3-4 days afterwards. I can feel it in my throat. It's like, man, I smoked. Why did I do that? I have friends that smoke cigarettes. And like I only ever vape these days because that's the only way that I can do it without just feeling like crap. Every now and again I'll be around a friend who smokes and they'll be like, "Oh, you want a cigarette?" And I fall to peer pressure pretty easily and like, no, I don't like it, so I usually just go fine. Like, sure, hand me a cigarette, why not? And it's just like, whenever I smoke a cigarette, it's the most perplexing thing ever to me because I just want to smoke another cigarette. The literal second I'm finished smoking the first cigarette, I want to smoke another cigarette. That's all it does. And it's like, this seems kind of pointless because this is a bad habit that's unhealthy that all it makes you do is want to do another one. And it doesn't actually benefit you, and it's like, it doesn't make me happy, it doesn't make my brain clear up, it doesn't do anything positive for me. It literally just makes me want to smoke another cigarette. And because of that, to me, that seems like a dangerous habit. Whereas, like, if I smoke a joint, if I smoke weed, sure, I'll smoke, like, half of that joint and then, like, pack it up and smoke the rest of it 2 weeks later and be totally good. Or I'll smoke the whole thing and just, like, go eat a bag of chips and go to bed. Like, it's a really good way to just, like, force shut brain down, go bed. Or force shut brain down, enjoy video game for a few hours and then go bed. Whereas cigarettes, like, they just don't do that. I can't say that I've ever been yeeted into a dark place to battle my demons. I think I'm just always there. I think that's just a constant, so I don't know if I really have a basis for comparison there. Pretty certain I don't. All right, let's do this. What else can we grab from here? Guess we could just start buying horse meat. Did they bring any books, actually? Probably. Potentially. Ah, they did. Codexes. These are books. I also brought a very fancy silver wheelbarrow. Books are a nice addiction, but they take a long time. I would argue a lot of books don't actually take that long. Not to be a smartass, but yes, you can. The addictive qualities of cigarettes is the nicotine, and you can get a nicotine patch or a nicotine tablet or a nicotine injection. So yes, you can actually just inject a cigarette and go on. You kind of can. You can also take them in pill format. Which, you know, but I'm not gonna fight that sentence too long. Patches are how you quit. I'm glad you patched that out of your system. You know, Athros update 13 seems to be much better than 11 or 12. With healthier lungs and probably a more stable frame of mind and a fuller wallet due to, you know, not spending frequent monies on that. The human merchants will be leaving soonish. You're always shocked you made it to 40 plus. Were you like a 3 packs a day kind of person for a while? I used to work with a guy named Mitch who pops into the chat once in a blue moon, and the last time I saw him, he'd managed to go from smoking about, yeah, two and change, like you said. Yeah, about 2 packs a day was what he did before, back when I knew him. But towards the end of the time that I knew him, he was going from smoking to vaping and had managed to... What the fuck are those? Oh, why are they surrounded with creepy crawlers? Chat, aren't creepy crawlers only a haunted biome thing? Somebody help me out here. I'm pretty sure creepy crawlers are just haunted biomes, aren't they? Creepy crawlers, by the way, literally little hands. That, like, they're like the, what are they called? Like the like hands with too many fingers from their cave level 3 things? I thought they were like cave things only in haunted biomes. But yeah, they're literally hands. But I'm surprised that I'm seeing them up here. I haven't seen them anywhere else in this map. So you can like trap them and eat them. They're it from the Addams Family. You know, I've never seen a single second or piece of footage of anything Addams Family. Actually, that's not true. I played the pinball game. That is my only connection to the Addams Family. One of the most wholesome series you've watched. You know, I'm assuming you're not joking. Yeah. Anyway, that guy that I used to know who smoked like 1 to 2 packs a day of cigarettes managed to go entirely onto vaping, and I think has like cut all of his nicotine out using vaping. Now I think he just vapes sometimes. Also, back on more of a Dwarf Fortressy related subject that I think is really kind of adorable. Somebody posted the PAX panel on the /r games subreddit. Just opening it up in the background to read it out loud because there's this post. There's a comment on it that I think is really amusing. Okay, so the most upvoted comment on the /Hard Games Dwarf Fortress panel post is, as someone who has grown accustomed to the weird-ass UI and ASCII graphics, I promise to not gatekeep this game for new players. Edit. One of my favorite things about old tile sets was when someone would come in while I'm playing and they'd say, "What the fuck?" And they were like, "What the fuck?" And I'd get to reenact a scene with Cypher from The Matrix when you just see this nonsense in lines of codes. I see blonde, brunette, redhead. I want to know, have people actually unironically done that? Like, I know that that's the meme, but have people actually, like, unironically done that? You're not the amount of difference in the family and general love and acceptance of people really makes it wholesome? Really? Yeah, I don't know. I know nothing about Adam's family, so that's it for trading. Coming back down to the lower levels. I was gonna say, it's like, is it wholesome in the way that, like, family dramas can be wholesome, or is it wholesome in the way that, like, Always Sunny can be wholesome, or is it wholesome in the way that, like, Fargo is wholesome? Because, like, Fargo is wholesome until it's not. Speaking of, I hope we get another season of that. That Netflix show's really good. People unironically believe that the Earth is flat, and you wouldn't be surprised. True. People are also unironically dumb. You want to fight, and you've... She feels lonely after being away from family for too long. She feels frustrated after being unable to fight for too long. Is that what you do with your family? Practice a craft. It was completely... All right, yeah, you're the completely helpless in stressful situations persons. Also, I gotta say, Zorbus is pretty good from the 3 hours that I played yesterday. Zorbus is pretty good, by the way. It's a dog bites man story that humans can be dumb. Yes. Chad, I gotta be honest with you. My sub count's pretty evil right now, not gonna lie. Pretty evil. You won't make the papers unless it's super dumb. This is true, yeah. Which is why you see so many stories about, like, you know, Florida man. IR stupid, hello. How's thing? Thanks for the 25 cents as well. Taking your number 1 spot back from Frog. Sorry, Frog. This is an interesting take. Somebody just commented on my PAX panel video. It will be both a sad and a great day when Dwarf Fortress comes to Steam. On one side, the kind of cool niche game, they spelled niche with a K, weird. This kind of cool niche dwarf game is no longer obscure, but on the other hand, I'm glad the Adams brothers are going to be making money and getting the recognition they deserve for this masterpiece in gaming. I mean, you can just go from being the playing a niche, obscure, cool game to being the person who plays the you can just go from being the person who plays the niche, cool, obscure indie game to being the person who knows how to play the niche, obscure indie game without graphics. Like, you can still play it as the weird ASCII thing that it... Uh-oh. This is interesting. So apparently Tencent owns Fanbyte, which they've owned for a while. And apparently they just fired their whole staff. Layoffs hit the respective video game entertainment website, Fanbyte, with its site's editor-in-chief and head of media among the list of staff who are now out of work, according to Fanbyte employees. The layoffs were a total shock, with some reporting that they had just worked with some of the laid-off staff an hour before the sudden firings. Cool. Awesome. Lovely. I'm sure that's good. This is fine. Cough, unionize. Reading them new books. Actually, quite a few new books. The Meaning of the Keep. Welcome, corporate overlords. Yerp. The humans are leaving. Bye, humans. And I could pull that lever and cause them some real problems. Not gonna say I'm tempted, but kind of tempted. All right, so now's the question of, do I attack something right quick? I think we attack something right quick. Let's go attack Singed Cruel and attempt to openly attack and destroy the site. And I'm not going to loot items. Just steal livestock and potentially help prisoners if they need it. And we're going to send out these lads real fast. They'll do just fine. Hello, Mangor. How are you? You know, it's kind of funny, right? There's a point that I saw made relatively recently, which was, you know, everybody talks about how Tencent is just an arm of the Chinese government, which is kind of true because they own a chunk of it. Yet Tencent keeps on getting their own products banned in China, like, relatively frequently. It's interesting that they're going through the underground. Kind of like it when they go through the caves. It's very dwarfy. Like, ah, yes, sieging the enemy via the underground caves. Good to hear, Mangor. Please tell me that you got an adamantine spear. No, a steel spear. Okay, well, that's fine. So we are sending 2 recruits who might just, you know, get horribly murdered, but hopefully not. Wish those dwarves luck, chat. I would like to disagree and say that money tastes like metal. I mean, I have 1 Canadian money right here. 1 Canadian money. It's a loonie. I'm not going to put it in my mouth. But I can tell you, it has taste. Also, genuine Canadian dollar bills smell like maple syrup. I'm not joking. So, I'm not going to say that they taste like maple syrup because they don't, but a lot of taste is smell. So I'm pretty sure if you ate a Canadian dollar, like $20 bill or something, it would probably give you the essence of maple syrup. That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe we should make some adamantine wheelbarrows. I mean, how much adamantine am I sitting on currently? Let's just make 10 of them. Why not? Make some expansive wheelbarrows. No, we have a $20 bill. on a $20 coin. Oh. Well, I seem to have flooded this. Whoopsies. All right, you go up. Stop pumping. Yeah, we have loonies and toonies. $1 and $2 coins. I was just disagreeing with the statement that money doesn't taste like anything. Because it does. Tastes like awful metal. Tastes like the play. Well, I mean, if the what is it? The dollar flu. That was the name of that thing from the Division, right? The dollar flu. Not making that up, I don't think. The disemboweled sabers have returned, and they brought spoils. Their spoils are one beak dog and 6 other beak dogs. As for what they did, they attacked the Wraith of Morasses. At the Occult Seduction, it's Singed Cruel. The Dwarf Titan Slayer led the attack. The Titan Slayer, Haymax, Rock Bends of Famine led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin, Uzin Sweetness Lovely. Sweetness Lovely? It's a funny goblin name. Titan Slayer outmatched with a cunning plan, and it seems like we clashed with 23 trolls and slain 10. Smashed some eyes, broke a neck. Clashed with 13 trolls, slaying 10. Clashed with 3 trolls, slaying them. Sieged livestock and rampaged throughout and destroyed it. Seems like there was just like 25 trolls there and like 2 or 3 goblins. Tastes like dirty fingers. That sounds like something that like a parody of Confucius Says would say. Tastes like stinky fingers, probably. Tastes like COVID, be my guess, if you had to ask me. All right, so we made it there and back. We did a real quick bombardment. And yeah, they're dead. Sweet, we got more to do. Got lots more to go after, so that's what we'll be doing today. Smashing them up. You know, I'll bet you that them going through the caves was how they went after them with a cunning plan, but I like how they come back above ground. Okay, you killed some trolls. Not bad, Vakar, for a brand new recruit. How about my other recruit? Also killed 4 trolls. Damn. Or was it 2 trolls? I didn't look at it long enough to see if that said 1 or 2. They're stupid. I think that's the first gifted sub today. Yes, thank you very much for the first gifted sub of the day. Gifting a sub to Mangor. Mangor, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Courtesy of our friend I Are Stupid. Our friend, our pal. Member of the channel. Chat, can I get a round of beers? The gifted sub. Please and thank you. All right, so the question is am I willing? I'm used to being attacked like kind of very frequently. Dredge as well. Just saw your post on the screaming room, which I was just glancing at. Thank you very much for the Prime sub for 58 months. It's a long time. It's a very long time. Thanks for continuing to watch the channel. When I see like anything like above 48 months, numbers just stop having meanings. Even like anything beyond like 2 years, anything beyond like 12 months is just like, God damn. Yeah, it is a hell of a streak, Cole. I mean, you've been around this stream almost that long. Almost. Give or take. And also, hello, H2O. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Pretty sure you were a different person 58 months ago. I know for a fact I was a different personality 58 months ago. The Queen has mandated construction of a heavy blunt object. You just show up and click a button? Well, you know, the thing is, though, you show up and click the button on my channel. You could go to any channel and show up and click a button, but you choose to show up and click a button on my channel, which is why it means a lot to me. Whole different view on life. Well, I mean, okay, so what defines a different person, Colesman? It's like, isn't it like every 30 years or something, 100% of the cells in your body have been replaced by new ones because we're always growing and changing, and like we shed our skin, we lose hair, and like younger layers of skin come out, and it's the same with like your internal organs and whatnot. So it's like every 30 years or something, you're technically literally a whole new person. And it happens like twice while you're growing up, and then after that it's every 30 years. I mean, if somebody else clicks a button right now, then that's a hype train. I'm just saying. Clicking buttons are good. Yeah. Exactly, cool. It's like just this... What really does it mean to be the same person, I guess? Got a couple tantrums. Still no crimes committed, though. Also, Farana, because you were like, oh no, I died. Let me see if I can spot you real quick. There you are. What was your cause of death? Cyber in memory of Farana, born in 145, struck down by the goblin Snowdub, romantic witch, with a copper morning star. In Kak Roslast, the Assaults of Frenzy, in the year 232. Creator of Pain Summer, loving wife, lover of backpacks. You gotta refresh the stream and push the notification out for it to go through. Maybe. Either you'll just keep the countdown timer going, but thanks for the resub. That's the thing with the trains, is they do require the actual notification going through. Kinda sucks, but, you know. There you go. Thank you very much for the Prime sub for a third one.
Woo.
It just keeps the timer going. What are in these? Oh. You big dumbs. Apparently.
This is Sparta!
Thanks, Anonymous, for the $3 in bits. Apparently, I just have a whole bunch of mountain gnomes in these cages. I don't know how they ended up in there, but I have a bunch of mountain gnomes in those cages, so let's let them out. That's funny. You big dummies. What exactly is a mountain gnome? A mountain gnome is a gnome that lives in mountains. In Dwarf Fortress, they are a naked little lad that either has a beard or doesn't, depending on whether or not male or female, And then they show up and they drink all of your alcohol and then they leave. Very dwarfy. I'm quite the fan of them, actually. But they're represented by these little gray G's. The problem is they're kind of idiots and they keep getting caught in my cage traps. They're technically wild animals in Dwarf Fortress. But they're also intelligent, so they can't be, like, tamed or kept as pets or anything. But they're quite rare. You only really find them in a very specific mountain biome. They're only found in good mountain biomes. But thanks for the 25 cents and the $3 in bits. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the little hype train? Means a lot. If anybody has a resub, now's a good time to pop it, because you might get some emotes included with it, if you care about such things. Thanks for the 25 cents. You're stupid. Cheers, man. And the dollar H2O. Appreciate you. Thank you much. And the $3 from Fight Attack and the dollar from Frog.
Crypt beer.
You know it. H2O. All right, I think that's all of the once caged idiot. Oh, no, there's one more still. Idiots. I mean, mountain gnomes.
This is Sparta!
And Nuclear Sneeze, thanks for gifting a sub to Nyx. Cheers. And we're up to 320 subs. Means a lot, lads. Because, you know, of course I had to buy that FTL soundtrack on vinyl, so you guys are helping me pay for that slowly. You only have so much beer. Well, don't chug it all at once. Yeesh. Don't be like a gnome. Which apparently sold out, by the way. I mean, obviously, Tredge, they need you to... I'm referencing something from the subscribers section of the Discord, but they need you to stay safe because there's definitely roaming bands of bandits that want to steal chair parts off of trucks. Naturally. But anyway, the thing that I was referencing is the Faster Than Light soundtrack already sold out. I don't think I've ever seen a record pre-order sell out. I don't know how many of these they're pressing, but goddamn, that sold out fast. Like within a day, they'd sold out. And thanks, Anonymous, for chucking out another gift sub. Cheers, man. Mountain gnome and a beak dog is fighting. Well, I mean, that's fine, right? Speaking of, I might actually just, like, delete these cage traps. These ones aren't so big of a deal. Was that the FTL soundtrack on vinyl? Yep. Also, it's because FTL turns 10, which doesn't make me feel old in the slightest. No. But yes, that is the FTL soundtrack on vinyl. Yep. Mm-hmm. You've avoided FTL for 10 years? So you've never played FTL? I played it on my ex's iPad. I've never actually played it on PC, though. It feels strange. I don't feel strange. I feel like I'm withering away. It is a I have no idea how many hours I have in it, because like I said, I played it on my ex's iPad. But I played a whole bunch of it on iPad around the time we got a copy of Wind Waker for the Wii U. Because my ex played through all of that, so the TV was occupied for like 2-3 weeks. And so I just like sat on the sofa and played FTL. So to me, like FTL and Wind Waker go hand in hand. $52 seconds left on the little hype train. If anybody wants to, you know, try and level it up again or throw more money into the pit. Otherwise, you gotta sit. Why'd you pull him back into the cage trap, you doofus? You dumb Dwarfus. You're supposed to release him from the cage trap instead of dropping him back in the trap. Cat. This poor mountain dog. Hey, White Pony one. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. And then you... Okay, sweet. You made it out. You made it out this time. Now just walk away. Oh no, your right hand is gone? That's so sad. Walk away, you poor goblin. Not goblin. Gnome. Gosh. White Pony one, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Keeping that hype train going. You know, it's kind of fun. We do actually have an emote that I like to point at and be like, that's our hype train emote, which is Crypt Zoom. Well, if I could see a couple of those because we leveled up, that'd be cool. Otherwise, we can just ignore this, like, silly streamer bullshit. And he goes and gets caught again. Do gnomes need hands to chug booze? Not with that attitude.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Thanks for your giggity bits. Now you're stupid. I actually really like the way Crypt Zoom turned out. Alright, Ton, what do I need to do for you? Turns out what you're currently doing isn't enough. So let's give you armoring, blacksmithing, and metal crafting, and furnace operating. Let's also give you masonry. If a new career choice works better for you. It's a very zoomy moose. It is a very zoomy moose. But, you know, honestly, I feel like gnomes, probably not a very large center mass of gravity. I'm sure that gnomes would be more than capable of doing a pretty effective kickstand. Considering they're like one of the only creatures in the game that actually drinks faster than dwarves. I'm sure they do just fine. Just kind of jump into the barrel of booze and start inhaling. Yeah, absolutely. You know, like, I mean, face down, legs up. Get your chugs on. Sure, it would work pretty efficiently. Also, seriously, chat, thanks a lot for the hype train. It means a lot. It really, really does. So thanks for helping keep this channel funded. Like, those are no small sums of money. Especially, like, when we start talking, like, the 5 packs of gift subs and stuff. Like, that's not nothing. That's quite a bit of money. So thank you. But one of my favorite things with the gnomes is that if you don't have booze and traders show up, they will go drink all of the booze from the traders. So now that you're out, just release them. They will just drink all the booze of the traders, and then where are you taking him? You big idiot. Just let him go. Quit dragging him. Dwarf, what are you... Why? Just let him go. I'll do this the other way then. But yeah, so they'll drink it all from the traders, but then the traders will blame you for stealing it. You as in the player. They'll blame the player for stealing it and then make you pay for it. Which I think is kind of funny. So when you trade with them, there will be an initial charge. And then if you don't pay for it, then they blame you for it, which goes against your like hidden faction rep score that will eventually make them attack you. Which is kind of funny, and it makes me wonder how many wars gnomes have started over the years. Chat, thank you very much for the level 2 hype train. Cheers, guys. Big shoutouts to White Pony One for the 5-pack. And everybody else for taking part. All the bits. Everything else. The $9.19 in bits. And the 9 gifted subs. Also, it looks like the queen got into a fist fight with this weaver. Seems like a really good way to get a disorderly conduct charge. Witness, literally the queen. Yes, the DF queen, not the Queen of England. There's also a very scared unicorn running around in my fort. How did you get into my fort there, unicorn? You're a very unique corn. That's true. Gonna have to go stab it to death. It seems to be trying to fight with this cat. What are you doing? Can I just say that I'm very amused by the hashtag and meme of Canadian money becoming Chuck Bucks because King Charles will be on it. There's a lot of like fake mock-ups of what the dollar bills are gonna look like in kind of like political cartoons kind of way, so like exaggerated features and stuff. Very amusing. I've also been very amused by the visual of, how do I word this? I'm very amused by the visual of like when he was signing papers and it was like on TV, the king was signing papers and he's just like trying to get his assistant to move something for him because by God he can't move it obviously. And I've seen a bunch of like edits of there being like a DJ table there or like other things there. Are the entire wealth going to change their currencies? As new currencies get put into circulation, because money's always being printed, because money's always being taken out of circulation and vanishing and being lost and all that crap. As money gets taken out of, I mean, there was some people that would refer them to as queen bucks. But Chuck Bucks just sounds better, right? But I would assume, I mean, Canada's not going to like replace them all overnight, obviously. But over the next couple of years, like maybe in 2 years, if you go into a bank and you take out $100 in 20s, they'll all have Chuck's face on them. I nod the Weather. I nod the Weezer withdraws from society. Where are you going? Clothes shop, looks like? Yep, claims a clothes shop. You know what? I nod Infinity. Infinity, welcome to the fortress. By the way, you've been lonely after being away from friends for too long, and she was bored after being unable to practice martial art. But you dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and this was realized. You almost never feel discouraged and often find yourself changing your mind to agree with somebody else, and you have a calm demeanor, and you're slow to anger, and you tend to be passive in discussions and can handle stress. And you're making us an artifact. A Weezer, yes. Peasant pennies, dork dimes, queen quarters, chuck change. Chuck change. I like chuck change. Chuck change is pretty good. It's okay, though. Joke's on the Commonwealth. I don't use cash. I use debit and credit for everything, so don't have to stare at their dumb faces anyway. Although I was talking about this with my neighbor before he went off on vacation, but I think that we shouldn't put the king on our money. I think that we should put, like, important Canadians on our money. You know, like, maybe put, like, some of the chieftains for our indigenous tribes on our money. Or, like, important historical Canadian figures on our money. That would make me much happier about my money. Fucking some random king I don't really care about. Doesn't make me feel good. It's like, yes, some spoiled, wealthy family member that doesn't really matter to my day-to-day life. Just gets to be on my money for some reason. Definitely a Fey mood. Not a Fel mood. There's one dwarf that's depressed enough to be a Fel mood in this fort, though. Technically, they could shut down our government. So, kind of a lot of powers. But they've never actually enacted anything, to my knowledge. Yeah, seems like Aitan got a beating for punching the queen. Queen Elomino. Also, hi, Tygo. Speaking of Tygo, your dwarf's still alive, too, if I can find you. There he is. Here is a blacksmith. Well satisfied at work. Quite happy. Finished up some work. Very satisfied. You want to practice some martial art? Killed a lot of wombats. And a unicorn. Damn. I mean, someone had to. But yeah, no, it's like the same amount of power that they have over any Commonwealth country. There's this poor gnome here that's just like getting attacked by something. Oh, it got into a fight with our cat. Great. The cat scratches the mountain gnome in the lower body, denting the skin and bruising the muscle. G'day, Diamond. I love the concept of just like a cat having like a duel with a gnome. This poor gnome. The cat scratches the gnome in the right hand, tearing the fat. The gnome collapses, falls to the ground, stands up, vomits, misses the cat, and then the cat scratches the gnome. This is like how I feel when I'm fighting a Dark Souls boss, except the gnome is me, and the cat is the Dark Souls boss. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the cat is the player, and then the gnome is the Dark Souls boss. This mental image of a cat fighting with a gnome is really funny. It's like cat scratches the gnome vomits, gnome strikes back, misses. I mean, to be fair, the gnome is very drunk. The cat scratches the mountain gnome. That's the amount of damage a cat did to a mountain gnome. Is like a tiger. It kind of, well, maybe not a large tiger. Maybe like, I was gonna say mountain lion, but that doesn't make it much better. Because tigers are bigger than mountain lions. I'm trying to think of like the size comparison. Actually, how big is a gnome in Dwarf Fortress? Let's do some math. Dwarf Fortress Wiki. Okay. Mountain gnome. Mountain gnome's maximum size, along with that lovely fan art, mountain gnome's maximum size is 15,000 centimeters cubed. Okay, how big is a cat? A cat is 5,000 centimeters cubed. So the cat's like a third the size of him. Gnome is food? No, gnome is intelligent. Oh, no, not foot. Okay, so like a 5-liter cat. So a cat is like approximately a third the size of a gnome. Yeah, maybe about the size of like a small cougar or something. 15 liters is nothing. Yeah, it's a very frail small critter. Cat could demolish a gnome like that. Yeah, I mean, also they're pretty spindly, right? So I wouldn't expect them to be particularly terrifying. Ah, it's about damn time. A vile force of darkness has arrived. It's time to lock the dwarves in the burrow. We're going to deactivate everybody. Go flip this switch. And this switch. And pull this lever. It's going to get most of the dwarves back inside. Front door is shut. No, not shut. Now front door is shut. And Infinity has begun a mysterious construction. What all did you grab? Direct blocks, rose-cut emeralds. Marble blocks, radiant-cut emeralds. Wombat mangled bone. Turkey leather, more emeralds. And cave spider silk cloth. Trying to get everybody back inside now. Get that done ASAP. My parents love it for some reason. I think it's a gloriously massive waste of time and money. All right. Whoa! M's. We're blizzard men. These are super fucking rare. These are exceptionally rare. They only spawn in haunted glaciers. This is not the first time they've sent them. Turns out they burn real nicely. Or melt, I suppose. Fuck yeah. Let's melt them. Set them on fire. Aw, what? They're attacking me. There's nothing I can do with them. But we've got to, you know, actually maybe I should make an adamantine statue of Blizzardmen. Let's find the name of one of these guys. I guess none of these guys are... Yeah, none of them are, like, notable figures. So, instead of that, let's just do construct that related to a new image, just of a creature. Blizzard men. It's the plural image of Blizzard men. We're going to change the name, and we're going to call it the Blizz. The Inky Blizzards. An image of Blizzard men. Oops. Nope. Keep working. Done. I wonder if they'll send ogres as well, because they've also been sending ogres, which are also quite rare. So Erdim over here, who's got a fever, is taking forever to get to that lever. Should make it in time, but it's going to cut a little close. Yeah, this is way more. The last time they sent Blizzard Men, they only sent 2. Also, F's for diamonds, invest. Looks like there's a unicorn puking. Yeah, it's a whole flock of blizzards. Maybe we'll get to kill Bobby Kotick too. All right. So shut. Rainbow puke? Nah, it's just blue. This thing, this unicorn, all that blue along there, that's vomit. You know, it's one of the best things I got to see early at PAX, chat, that none of you have seen yet because they haven't released it anywhere. I know what the puke sprite's gonna look like. It's the first thing Tarn showed me. He's like, this is vomit. They're pretty chunky. I don't know if Diamond's actually here for with no audio, because like Diamond will be like, oh, I'm here with no audio. And then I'm just like, but you're responding me. Feels okay. I mean, it is. Are you sure it's broken? Twitch's UX for it is just extremely unintuitive. Yeah, they're horses with a horn that want to gut you if you look at them funny. They're angy horses with horn. They're angy, horny horses? That's a sentence I just said. Why are you guys leaving your clothing everywhere? It's not that kind of party, dwarves. You know, some of these dwarves are actually really depressed because they were forced to put on troll loincloths. Or not forced to, but ended up putting on troll loincloths for some reason. I do actually think that the no audio sound is a very, very useful badge, though. I'm very happy that they added that. All right, well, here they come. I nod infinity. The Weaver has created a Stahl Finschmur, a cave spider silk skirt. And she claims it is an heirloom. You made a pretty skirt. It's worth 154,420 Zethal. It's called Buster Partner. Okay, that's okay, that might be up. That's I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket. Anyway, Buster Partner. Bust a move! You can read it. It says Buster Partner. This is a cave spider silk skirt. All Krasdorf ship is of the highest quality. Oh, shit. This is a cave spider silk skirt. Our crass dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with hysterical laughter and pear-cut emeralds. It is decorated with turkey leather and encircled with bands of emerald-cut emeralds and round marble cabochons and oval diorite cabochons. It is made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Inga's elder steels, the dwarf and dwarves in wombat bone. Inga's elder steels is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Inga's elder steels to the position of Baroness of the Plank of Nations in the early autumn of 173. On the item is an image of two brilliant cut gems in emerald. Buster partner in its skirt. Uh-huh. All right, well. Politics on skirt. I mean, I don't know if that's politics. It's more like historical events, but that is a very funny name for a skirt. I'm trying, I'll be honest, chat. I'm trying really, really hard to not just make, like, school uniform jokes right about now. All right, dwarves, get down there and get around the corner. I love how the goblins very conveniently stepped right on the weapon trap. Actually, this one went up, triggered it, dodged it, and walked away. Damn. Jumped away. You dodged my corkscrews. What a guy. Why would you Google that? I mean, like, what do you think you would get? I know exactly what you'd get. All right, A, B, C, D, M. Station my whole military right there. Get to stab up a few goblins. I'm sure this will go just fine. You know, there's like, don't Google this because it's gross or whatever. And then there's just like, I don't know, what do you expect? Like, come on. What are you really expecting when you Google Buster Partner? Like, come on. And here they come, around the corners. Slap up the first goblin, smack up the second goblin. So the only real concern for the military here is just exhaustion. As long as they don't get exhausted, as long as they still have energy, they will win the fights. I need to make sure that they don't start fighting fight after fight after fight after fight. Guess you got into a search bubble. That or you have safe search on, and Cappy didn't. Usually the person who says, oh god, don't Google insert thing here, probably didn't have safe search on. There's just blue blood everywhere. Is that troll blood or... Yeah, it's troll blood. I was kind of curious and thinking out loud if it was troll blood or if it was Blizzard Man blood, but anyway, also Blizzard Men. Large monster from the wild tundra. It has translucent skin and icicles for teeth. It's glowing red eyes and pointed ears. Feel my militaries is fighting down. Those are all the brave dwarfs, I gather. We run into fights without a thought or much of a care, for that matter. Squishing that troll, moving forward. Who's in this fight? It's Erel, Inguz, Zuglar, Vacker, Etur, and Maffel. Get 'em, boys! Solid fight so far. Good day, Pablo Rasta. We are, you know, about to get a kill on a Blizzard man named Gozru. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's back them up real quick and see who got the kill on the Blizzard Man. Oh, it was you, Erel. Killed the Blizzard Man. What's the combat for the Blizzard Man? What do you mean? What's the combat? Maffel, you frickin' moron. Yeah, there you go. Back up. What do you mean? What's the combat? Oh, the combat report. Well, this one hit a corkscrew. The Swordmaster slashes the Blizzard Man in the lower body with her probably adamantine sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Got cut in half. Literally got cut in half. They're not very strong. The thing is, though, they're rare because they only spawn in evil glaciers. And also, like, 4 of them have died to this trap over here. Yeah, 4 of them have died to that trap. Also, I think we have enough of them stuck in here that we can pull that lever and pull this lever. And also pull this lever for the lulz. Because there's a bunch of them standing right there. Don't move. Tun's throwing a tantrum. Very inconvenient of you, Tun. That's stone. Yep, stone's going up to go be our designated lever puller once again. I'm about to crush a bunch of goblins. Oh, come on. They pulled it too quickly. Pull it once. All right, well, I just flattened a few of them. Let's do that again. Or rather, do it again. Front door should close. Sometime. There it goes. Okay. Front door is now closed, and there's now a dead Blizzardman just outside. Oh, that's interesting. They've got snowy owl leather clothing. Neat. Well, you're about to find out how they're going to do in the lava chamber. Shoutouts to these goblins for retreating back into the fortress. And we close the back door. And now we get to see how they do in the lava chamber. Because there is plenty of them. Spoilers, not very well. And also, I can, release the dwarves. Also, Blizzard Man? Blood? Oh, I thought it was red. No, that's goblin blood, unfortunately. I was curious about what color Yo! Hold up. So there was a bunch of Blizzard Men corpses here. I think they melted. There was like 6 of them there. They're all gone now. Anyway, here comes the hot shower. Should clean this space up pretty quick. Bleeds slushy. Yeah, pretty much. They just poof? Yeah, their bodies just disappeared. Unless I'm going crazy, which is possible. Also, hey, Belle. How was the Hyper Strange stream today? How you like an incision, by the way? Should I ask them for key for that? Genuine question. Had a lot of fun blasting things. Well, that's good. Think it kills them before it touches them? It seems to be that way. Let's see if I can follow. It's hard to see with all this smoke, though, is the issue. Let's see if we can follow this one. See if it actually catches fire. We'll also check this to see if we can see any of them actually burning, because they're all at the top. Let's keep a real quick close eye. All right. Okay, no, they do burn. Like this one is currently burning. Still burning. Still burning. So they don't melt. They do just burn. Oh, dude, we could make so much tea on top of this. Like, no joke. Man, there's like 120 dudes in that corner. There's so many of them. I gotta be honest, I'm still impressed by how good Dwarf Fortress's frame rates are sometimes. It's like, yeah, this game gets a little laggy, but like this run is running so well. Considering how many like active entities are being processed right there. It's a pretty fun boomer shooter. I mean, I'll put it this way. I enjoyed Postal, Brain Damaged, which is also pretty fun. Quite enjoyed Postal Brain Damaged. Played through most of it. Just on easy. Not on stream either. But that game lets you walk into a furry convention with a cat gun. A gun that shoots cats. So, it's like, huh. Okay. So you can shoot people in fursuits with cats. So it's kind of entertaining based on its like weird sense of humor. Oopsies. I have like no history with the Postal franchise. I played Postal, like the very first one, but I never played Postal 2, which is the one that everybody likes. But Postal Brain Damage is actually like pretty fun. Even though I have like no real history with the series. All right, well, we can open the drain. Close the glug glug up at the top. I mean, if you pet them, they explode, and if you urinate on them, they catch fire. Does that count as not tame anymore? Like, yes, there is less there's also a dildo cannon in that game. Like, there's a lot of things in that game that are definitely not what I would describe as tame. I just think that that particular bit is quite funny. But you know, it's Postal. It's just gonna take like things and just run it to the extreme. To put it like that. There's other things that are similarly as distressing that you can use as a silencer in Postal Brain Damaged. Anyway, there goes that. Now we get to see the boiling bodies. You played the third ones? Postal 3 is like the one that no one likes, though. Postal 2 is the one that everyone likes. There was a raid in this game? Yes, and they're all dead now. Yeah, Postal 3 has mostly negative reviews. Postal 2 is the one that people like. Which has the, like, almost 100,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. But we're going to let that drain a little bit. We're going to open the front as well. I'm going to give it a little bit longer so that we don't accidentally... Just remember being able to pour gas out and piss on everything. Yeah. Although I think more games need a dedicate piss button. And splat. We shall use this statue to instill... Oh, my tavern keeper's throwing a tantrum. That's not bueno. Where are you going? We go smack somebody important? Nope. I mean, Postal, the first one, is the only one I've actually played. Which I remember playing at a friend's house, and his dad coming and going, "What are you guys playing?" Postal. So, "Don't you tell your mom." And he looks at me and just says, "Don't you tell your mom." Okay. And he walked away. Then we played Doom. That was also fun. It was like a friend of the family who had whose kid was quite a bit older than me. He was like in his 20s. And there we go. It's all draining now. All right, so let's go back to digging around in the basement and trying to find hell, shall we? Okay, so not that one. What's the one that we're digging for? This one. Well, actually, I didn't even know that one was there. There's so many adamantine spires. I keep on having a hard time finding the one that I've been digging in. I didn't even know that one was there. There isn't a way to dig into that one safely. Huh. All right, well, this is the one that we're going into right now. So, let's get into it, shall we? Now, let's see. come the dwarfs. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still just completely infatuated by that game that I mentioned earlier. That's probably terrible, but I'm going to try it this weekend on my days off. I'm going to see if I can make that thing run. Because it did immediately crash on my computer, but I think I know why. I'm feeling it's one of those games that doesn't like to tab out. So I'm going to see if I can make it work, because I don't know. I'm just way too fascinated by that strange as heck looking game. For anybody who's wondering what I'm referring to, I received key for this thing, is the only way I can refer to it as. This thing on Twitter. And the dev seems to be kind of a raging alcoholic. Who said that he spent the game's profits on drugs. But the game itself actually looks really dang cool. In kind of a Deus Ex sort of way. So I'm going to bite the bullet and try that thing, because maybe it's great. Maybe it's awful. I mean, the gunplay certainly looks awful. But if the rest of it is cool, maybe something I'd play. That's how I'm going to spend my weekend, chat, staring at that thing. Dwarves. It's like the least convenient way of getting to this thing. You know what? If we just do this, this will be 1,000 times faster. All right, so no portal to hell yet. I just realized how much I was just playing with fire right there. That game looks crazy. Crazy, but like maybe not terrible. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it definitely seems fucking crazy, but also maybe crazy in a good way. Oh, I see where I fucked up. Like Cruelty Squad? Yeah, but more playable than Cruelty Squad. Like, I can't play Cruelty Squad. Like, that will just make me puke. And that's not even me talking shit about Cruelty Squad. That game, just makes me so sick. Looking at it makes me sick, let alone playing it. Hey, Core. What's up, dude? Here to join us for some dwarfy things? As somebody who's been on psychedelic trips, psychedelic trips look better visually and aesthetically than Cruelty Squad. Actually, hold on. How far up does that go? Okay. A lot? So you've been up to a lot? Been busy? Hope I didn't just lose a dwarf. Nope. Well, we're getting there. If I show you my timetable for the next week, you will motion me with your index finger that you lost your mind. Not to like try and one you up as a workaholic or not, but bet. Although I'm also not going to ask you to show me your work schedule for the next week. That seems unprofessional. Is a trip which is itself on drugs? Fair enough. Generally, when someone says, I have this ridiculous work schedule that's just like absolutely going to obliterate me the next week, it's like, you need to have a discussion about healthy work-life balance with your with your boss, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know if I feel good telling you that. All right. Let's automate this shit, but it's going to cancel constantly, is it not? We're digging out this extra tunnel. Gorlak is getting brutally murdered by a jabberer. How unfortunate. What's a jabberer? Think like a gigantic dodo that has a very, very specific hunger. A hunger that can only be satisfied by eating the heads of the creatures around it. Calling it a head pecker makes it a little bit dirty sounding, but that's also a pretty apt name. You did that work-life convo. He resigned 6 months later. Seems to have recovered and is happy and healthy. Who, your boss did? I mean, you can, like, tame them. Jabberers. Tricked you. I mean, it's the best things are when we trick Diamond into gambling when gambling isn't even available. That's how you know that Diamond has a problem, chat room. Left the job, changed careers. Well, that's good. Glad it worked out for your old boss. I feel like that's never the way those stories end, though. You kept the career but changed companies until you found the perfect one. At least you had the options. I guess that's a benefit there of whatever you do. Actually, hold up. Did I take that in the wrong place? Yes, I did. I went to PAX and hung out with them for the afternoon, yes. I also gave them a new microphone. I gave them my old Blue Yeti. Because I don't know if you saw their soundtrack announcement video, but let's just say they used Zach's laptop microphone from Zach's webcam. Which sounded like they were on the other side of like a glass wall underwater. And so, yeah, I gave them a new microphone. But yes, I know lots of Dwarf Fortress secrets, like what the vomit sprites look like and what hamster sprites are going to look like. No more intel than you do. You just need to know where to look. I mean, obviously, but like, TLDR, Premium is slated to be out this fall. There's a few hiccups that might cause it to be delayed until January because they don't want to release it in December. So if it slips past fall into December, towards the end of fall into December, it'll probably be delayed to January. But all that information is public, so you don't need to ask me for that. You just have to look at the future of the Fortress stuffs. I know December 21st is the first day of winter, but the worst time of year, period, to release a video game is December, because everybody tries to release their games in December if they don't get it out by the end of November, because they want to qualify for the Game Awards. So everybody tries to release by the end of November, early December, and that means it's the most cluttered time to release a game, and they don't want to be, surrounded by major releases. You check Steam every day? Don't check Steam. Check Steam database. Says when Tarn last patched the backend and the current pinned API release date. If this gets sooner, suddenly you have a release date. Maybe it can release on your birthday? Yeah. But yeah, there's things that I know that I'm not going to say. But as far as intel on the release, I don't know. Honestly, I wish I could give you people a straight answer, but I genuinely can't because I do not know. Is the easiest way to put it. Okay, we're going to peek into that. Well, I'm starting to think it might be another spire around here somewhere. I mean, here's the thing, right? How long has it been since Terra Invicta was announced from Acker? I'm using this as an example because it's out soon and you're connected to it. But do you know when that game was originally announced? The game will release when Long Death gets to 1,000 in 5 years. Oh my god. God, I hope it's not going to take that long. Cannot tell. Because I'm pretty sure it's been longer than 3 years. Dwarf Fortress Premium was announced in 2019, and they started working on it spring 2021, or spring 2020. So they've only actually been working on it for just over 2 years. Premium. So when people are like, oh, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, it's like, by game design standards and by game development standards, it hasn't even been that long. No sleep till 1K. I mean, maybe we could do like one of those stupid round-the-clock things. Kickstarter was 2020. Okay, but how long have they been working on it pre then? So about the same amount of time then, for like since they started actually working on it, depending on when it was announced. Because I heard that they were working on a game like a long time before 2020. Like the talk of like, oh, a bunch of people just left the Long War team was like 2018 or 16 even. So, I don't know. Everybody makes it sound like Dwarf Fortress has been in this awful development hell for decades when it's like, no, it got 2 patches in 2019, 1 patch in 2020, another patch in 2021, and they started working on Premium in 2020. So in like the last 2 years, it's had like 4 patches. It hasn't been that long. Like, I waited for a literal almost decade for Bannerlord, and that thing's still not done yet. So, I don't know. I just think people act all kind of weird about how long Dwarf Fortress is taking. Bannerlord release is on your birthday. Really? It released on your birthday? Not a January. Was it January or was it February? That might have been February 2020 something. February 2020? Was that when that came out? Fuck, I can't remember. Oh, it's leaving? Wait, it's leaving early access? Like this year? Really? They finished it? Huh. Weird. That feels, based on how unfinished that game felt the last time I played it, that seems soon, but neat, I guess. All right. Geez. Well, fuck. Actually, hold up. Yeah, we're good. No more no portal to hell here either, chat room. Such a disappointment. Well, at least they're almost done digging out the extra tunnel. This will speed this up. When did I play it last? 8 months ago? 6 months ago? Hold up. Banner board. June 2022. But I don't think I played it for that long in June. What is this mysterious clicking sound? There's a mysterious clicking sound coming from outside. I'm gonna go peek at what it is. Back in a moment. Children playing. It's Tarn style in the it's Tarn it style in the drain telling blind the release date. I think they'd tell me the release date first. I think he'd tell his publisher the release date first, but it actually releasing a really finished state. I mean, they sold a bajillion copies, so if it's not releasing in a finished state, I think someone's gonna get like attacked in the streets. They're gonna have literal crowds of peasants with pitchforks chasing them. Yeah, I mean, the thing's got 153,000 reviews. That game's sold well. Also, people are complaining that it lacks features. I'm literally looking at Steam reviews right now. There's actually kind of been a flurry of negative reviews saying that it's releasing too early. So, you know, we'll see. That being said, the first one was a janky mess, so I wouldn't be too surprised if the sequel's a janky mess. That being said, honestly, and, you know, I'm not generally one of those people to be like, man, this game's too expensive. But, like, Bannerlord's fucking $70 in Canada. It's, like, not a cheap game. So, they better well finish it. I just lost a dwarf. God damn it. This one? Actually cancel those two. Do this from up above. I mean, I know who Pennywise is. I know what you meant by its style, don't worry. For when I find hell, build a really long set of tunnels to it, and fight hell. That is the plan, is to besiege hell. But so far we haven't had much luck. We're having tantrums, but no one's actually like committing crimes. Kind of nice. Speaking of crimes, lower level's almost done. Can pull that lever. How deep's this? Pretty much empty. Yes, I would like to fight with demons. Kodiak, thanks for the 11th month. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Kodiak? Resubbing for an 11th month. You've never done it in all your years? Really? Not even for fun? In a fortress you didn't like anymore? I'll be honest, that's usually what I do. Because it's like, well, I'm tired of this fort. Okay, dig too deep. Get rid of all this crap. Oh no, the Tavern Keeper did beat up somebody. Welcome back, Rolf. Your next fort should be a speed run to hell. I mean, that's the first thing I'm going to do when premium launches is I'm going to generate a pocket world, and I'm going to put together a, like, just a default 7 set of dwarves, get everybody picks, dig to hell, and find hell. How do you find the entrance? Dig through adamantine. It's literally in the intro movie for Dwarf Fortress. Dig through the blue stuff. Find Satan. It's literally that simple. It's very effective, too. Is there a way to tell? Yes and no. But I won't tell you. Yes, there's a way to tell. No, you don't have to dig all of it. You can explore and figure out the way. All right, let's get down to there. This is a sad dwarf right here. Chat room investments are open. Diamond, you can invest your tickets now. Also, hey, Squug. Diamond just casually investing 40,000. Yep. GMG Dave. Yep. Cole, the stoneworker's been missing for a week. Rest in peace there, Dwarf. Hey, better to be a floating throne than a submerged pedestal. Diamond Destruct is quietly a ticket millionaire. Never mind. Loudly a ticket millionaire. Not anymore. Let's find out. Expose your wealth, or I will for you. You don't want to check. Well, fine. I will for you then. Because I'm a bad person. Let's see. How many do you have? Oh, yes. You are no longer a millionaire. Very close to be. You will be a millionaire if you win this. Don't you date? I don't. I don't have any luck on dating apps. Come on, man. I know that was a typo, but funny. We're also going to get rid of all of these bodies. Boat gremlin, every year. The politician we deserve, not the politician we need or trust. Did anyone die to gobos? Those gobos? No. No, two dwarves died futzing around in lava. As they do. And they throw all the bodies away. And there you go, Diamond. You're a millionaire again. You're welcome. Diamond's had a few very lucky bets. I'll put it that way. Sorry, Akray. But nice hours, though. Tele's cooked a masterpiece. Literally all of our work right now is just going into dumping crap. Let's open this gate. And open this gate. Shut the outer gates. And then we're going to send the dwarves out to go murder a thing. By that I mean, let's go invite some fun, shall we? There's some fun. A dwarven tower of Bells Scraped. I'm going to raid them with 2 squads. We are going to attempt to... Whoops. I am going to attempt to pillage, I think, which is G, not D, or P, rather. We're going to pillage. We're not going to loot other items. We're not going to take important treasures. I do not want to steal a necromancy book. There they all go. It's nighttime for you. You have a good night's sleep. Oh, also, the Zorbus stuff is already up on YouTube if you want to watch it. And there they go. Man, there's a lot of crap that we gotta throw away. Turns out every single entity dropping like 11 articles of clothing. Like 24 articles of clothing in some cases if they're wealthy entities. Turns out that's a lot of random items. All right, so we've set a bunch of stuff to all be melted. Go claim all that. Claim all that. And claim all that. All right, chat, I need a round of beers for good luck for those dwarves about to go raid another necromancer tower. And it's a blind raid, so we don't have any idea what's there or what kind of creatures are there or what's awaiting them. It could be hordes of thousands of zombies. It could be 2 trolls and a kobold. Morning, Satchel. How you doing? It's good to see you. First time I've seen you this week, I think. What are you doing there, Dwarf? All my raids are blind raids. This one is actually blind, but thanks for stating the obvious. We're walking in with no knowledge of the place. Has this dwarf, like, not committed a single crime? Oh, never mind. There was a count of disorderly conduct in there. Must have thrown something. Now he's just socializing. All my dwarves left. One more needs to leave now. Where are you going there, dwarf? You go have a nice bath. I actually had a shower this morning in hot water. It was kind of lovely. Because today was the first day of having hot water in 8 days. Felt like an eternity. This morning I turned the tap on and hot water came out. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta have a shower. Very happy I woke up early today. Got to immediately just like get up and have a hot shower. It was good. Because it's been a while. The last like week has been a long week. And, you know, like I can deal like I was talking about earlier, I can deal with cold showers. It's fine. Who's stealing all my hot water? Nobody stole my hot water. My building's boilers blew. My building's boilers blew. Yes, they exploded. They burst and they didn't fix them. Because my building management is really, really good at their jobs and keeping up on what we need as people who live in this building. Like literally their entire like a mode of like thinking is just, oh, there's a problem? Point a camera at it. People breaking into the building. Point a camera at it. Don't replace the locks. Point a camera at it. Replacing the locks costs money. So they don't live in the building? No, they live in the building. They're just idiots. Like one of them is a lifelong career transit securityman. And I spoke with him once. He doesn't seem particularly intelligent. And then the lady who's the other person who's head, who he's dating unofficially, because they're supposed to be, if they're both on council, who also lives in the building, is a cashier worker at 7-Eleven. So they're not exactly highly educated, unfortunately, from what I can tell. And as somebody who's not highly educated, I don't want uneducated people running my goddamn building. Like maybe somebody with some sort of history should. So Ficod, aka Libro Ludos, our captain of the guard, interrogated as strong Coolio, the human leatherworker, sunless stalker. So this is a human who is involved with the theft of one of my objects in a previous stream. And the and they met with the subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject complied and says that they've confessed to theft. And they used Messim as an alias in the past. The subject revealed that in the early summer of 159, an unidentified creature plotted to steal Spiral Buried from the Simple Grove, approached by an unidentified creature in the past and handled the handle directly through another subject. So basically, like, plotted to steal a lot of shit in the past. Wow, these are the crimes this person has committed. Okay, so in 233, sorry in advance, Frog for Hire was corrupted in order to have an agent in Threatdweller. So this person corrupted Frog for Hire in order to have an agent in Threatdweller, and met with Frog for Hire and made flattering remarks. You were flattered, Frog, and you complied, and the plan worked. In the late summer, Frog for Hire plotted to steal Burden End under the influence of this zombie. Is like a master apprentice sort of stuff, like Siths, like Sith stuff. I honestly, like, you just need somebody who's like got some project management experience to be head of council for a strata. It is elected. That's the problem. Long story short, let's just say there's a lot of corruption in my building and I don't want to live here anymore. I'd rather not get into all of the nitty-gritty details, but TLDR, yes, it's an elected position. No, it's not a legitimately elected position in the current situation. That the whole council currently needs to be thrown out and have a new election. But the other issue is it's like 60% of the units in my building are owned by people who don't live here, who rent them out, which means they could go to the strata meetings if they want to, but they don't because they're renting the buildings out and probably live either overseas or elsewhere in Canada, meaning that they don't take part in the strata stuff at all. So there's suddenly only a portion of the building who pays attention to strata. Then only a fraction of that portion pays attention to strata. So the result is the actual pool of people willing to volunteer to work in strata and of course, they don't want to spend money on it because the current strata doesn't like spending money. They like leeching money out of this thing into their pockets. Anyway, long story short, I had no hot water for 8 days and I have hot water again and they've replaced the boilers. Anyway, so because that person admitted to crimes... Wow! 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 Good lord. Okay, so confessed to the theft of basement creeds. Okay. Espionage. Confessed to espionage. Implicated somebody. And then these are all conspirators. All right, so I'm going to interrogate Frog for Hire. There you are. Sorry, Frog. We're going to interrogate you. I'm really curious to see how long of a prison sentence this person gets. Okay. Throw him into hell twice? I mean, he's a zombie, so probably just lock him up for all eternity. All right, so let's see what his... I'm very curious to know what his sentence is. Okay, well, my tavern keeper gets 25 days in prison. I think that's the longest prison sentence I've ever seen. I'm just gonna post this in Discord because this is way too funny. I found me a criminal mastermind. Not even a member of my fortress. That's incredible, actually. All right, so let's follow our captain of the guard. So first off, we put this idiot into prison. Now he's gonna go beat the zombie. Let's play beat the zombie. I think we should just kill the zombie, frankly. And then he's going to interrogate Frog for Hire. And hopefully Frog for Hire will help us with some more of the criminal issues with this character. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of incredible. You know what's ironic is that 449 days in prison should be what we give to murderers. Not just some idiot who tried to steal a fancy sock. Hi, audio. We just gave a zombie 449 days in prison. It's the longest prison sentence I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. That's how my day's been. Aside from that, pretty good. Beaver game earlier was fun. Making time fly. I've been doing a lot of internal deliberations about something today, which I haven't actually mentioned at all. But I've been doing a lot of internal deliberations about ads, because Twitch finally gave me an offer that I look at and I go, that's actually not shit. It's still not great, mind you. But, also, I think I can make this guy's prison sentence longer. Hold up. Where do you think you're going, Meester? It's like he's trying to leave. I feel like I need to trap him in here. Just trying to evade the crimes they've committed. I kind of hope he just, like, runs down around the corner and just, like, breaks his leg. $505 days in prison, actually. Are you trying to leave? Maybe not. Might actually just be going to the other tavern. I was very worried he was just going to leave the map, and then I'd lose him. Where the hell are you going? Okay, you are in fact not going to the other map. You're not in fact leaving the map, so I can, in fact, open these gates back up. I was like, man, if I need to trap you in here. Also, where did my... Never mind. Gotta cancel those orders. My captain of the guard went to bed. Sorry, dwarves. Gotta keep some of you stuck outside for a little bit. Also, I gotta pull this lever. Do it now. Till my captain of the guard wakes up. Half my dwarves are stuck outside. Dude, you have to pick right now to take a nap. How long in prison? I'm just gonna, like, sprint walk off the map now. Where you think you're going? All right, chat. I'm gonna go take a real quick toilet break while we slowly starve our dwarves outside. And then we'll find out how this story ends, I guess. Back in a moment. All right, streamer returns. There we go. Hi. Let's see. He's going to go beat criminal. Damn right. All right, I think we have him trapped now, so I should be able to let the dwarves back in. I'm just going to open the one door for right now, because I really don't want him to act like sneak out the side or anything. I'm also going to go close the sliding glass door because it looks like, bonk, we got the beating done. And we're chaining him up. Sweet. All right. I went and closed the window and doors because they're cutting the lawn outside. The disemboweled sabers have returned for our pillaging attempt. Oh, geez. I just realized I walked past a much closer one to go to a much further one. We attacked the fated books of an unknown civilization, and Titan Slayer led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer Board Bronze Odom. Titan Slayer outmatched the necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Let's see how this pillaging attempt went. Ooh. Dwarf Necromancer confronted the... I like this dwarf's name. Zuglar Paddlehaven. The Afflicted Barbarian. The Dwarf Necromancer dashed its cheek. Okay, sweet. Necromancer's getting his shit kicked in. Looks like paddled right, the Dwarf Necromancer got shreked. So blue's good, yellow's neutral, white's neutral, but leaning our side, and purple is bad, red is really bad. So hopefully we don't lose anything. I'm looking for fun big fights against large groups of zombies, but looks like we're doing pretty okay against these necromancers. I'm trying to tease more necromancers to bring more armies of undead to make the surface fighting more exciting. The Gilded Messiahs, led by the dwarf, Rolf, clashed with 4 animated dwarves, slaying them. Yep, seems like we did pretty good. Killed a couple of necromancers and dealt with the enemy. And now they return. And we are putting this dirty, awful, evil monster creature of horrendous evils and theft into prison. So, get wrecked. You know, this is one hell of a get. Like, to the point where I feel like this should give this guy a longer, or a raise for this position. Like, I feel like we need to put a statue of this zombie in this room for my, you know, my captain of the guard is like a trophy or something. Don't you agree, chat? But anyway, aside from the crimes that we've discovered audio, my day's been all right. Woke up a little bit early and did a short sponsored thing for Timberborn, and I've been mulling over maybe showing ads next month on my stream. I don't know how it's gonna go, or if I will end up doing it. I probably will just nope out at last minute, but they're actually offering me enough money that showing scheduled ads might become worth it. I kind of set a number in my head when they started pitching that idea, and I was like, well, if I can hit X number of dollars, I'd consider it. Yeah, I remember you were here briefly. Well, that's my day so far. More money is good. More ads. I don't know. More money is good, yes, but it has to be enough money to be worth it. I need to, like, talk with my team about it. Gotta eat naturally. Well, actually, for me, it's I gotta be able to afford to move next year, because remember how earlier I was saying I don't like living here and don't want to live here anymore? Well, I want to move. I don't want to live here anymore. Am I running any mods? Nope. None. I don't even have DF Hack or Dwarf Therapist. No mods. If I play with mods, it's a total conversion. So sometime, like May the 4th, I usually play the Star Wars mod. I've been meaning to, but haven't gotten around to playing with the Pokemon mod at some point. I really like the Super Mario Brothers mod. But generally, I don't feel like this game needs any mods. Perfectly usable with none. What am I talking about? So there's a Pokemon mod for Dwarf Fortress. You know, lots of people talk about how there's like no modding for Dwarf Fortress. There's a stupidly large number of mods. It's just nobody uses them. Yeah, it's called Dwarvamon. I'm not joking. It's been updated to the most recent version. This is it. Those are just some Pokemon fighting. What, the Long Night? Yeah, I've played that not on stream, but I've messed around with it off stream. There's a Star Wars mod? Yep, makes Jawas playable and adds a fuck ton of droids. And changes a bunch of item names around to fit the theme. So blasters are loaded with blaster bolts made out of scrap metals, and then there's ion shock sticks or whatever. Yeah, it's good to change it up every now and again. Yeah. Don't own a Steam Deck right now. Thinking of trying to play DF on your deck. Didn't somebody in chat here buy a Steam Deck and try like normal DF on it? I feel like that would be awful with current Dwarf Fortress. Without a keyboard. But with premium, maybe. So you have a Steam Deck, but you're asking if I don't spend money on useless devices I won't use, so no, I don't have a Steam Deck. Sorry. Absolutely not. Your Steam Deck is coming in today? Well, great for you. Hell yeah. If you enjoy it. Yeah, I can't remember who did that. Hold on, let me scroll up on the Discord and see if we can add them. Someone posted that there. Assuming it was on my Discord. Maybe it was on... Oh, there it was. Yeah, Witcode. There's a screenshot of somebody doing it. I don't know if you'd want to. Let's see if Frog admits to any crimes. So... Demon Ink. As Strog Demon Ink. Let's just quickly... Just, Iron Statue. 1. I'm gonna make a statue of this person as like a trophy. How long is this person gonna be in prison for? 498 more days. I might just seal them in. They can live there for all eternity. But yeah, to me, Steam Deck is far too expensive for what I would actually use it for. I'm not the sort of person who plays games on the go. If I want to play PC games, I want to play them on a PC. I don't want to play them on an external device. Met with the subject and attempted to make flattering remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was unaffected by the comments and refused despite the dwarf's love of the interrogator. Well. Yeah, it's just not I feel like it's a device that I could theoretically get use out of if, like, I lived in a house with other people and there was a lot of space around, but, like, fucking $800 for a computer that's less powerful than my current computer that's, like, just a few steps away at all times? Not worth it. Like, if I wanted to play games elsewhere in my apartment, I could just use Steam local streaming and just stream to my tablet. Even though my tablet's kind of old, it still works well enough that it supports that. So I could just do that. It has Bluetooth compatibility and all that, and I have a Bluetooth controller. I could do that if I wanted to. I just... Wait. Then why not just use a phone? Why do you have to bring a Steam Deck to work to watch me play? Considering, like, I wonder how well a Steam Deck would even work with Twitch. Assuming not very. But it's hard to say. Trying to figure out how to disable notifications. Somehow I ended up getting notifications for a subreddit that I'm in, and it's quite annoying. There we go. I found the bell. Off. Thank you. I do not want notifications. You would bring it to work and get in trouble? Currently, you just watch me. Oh, I understand what you're saying now. I thought you were saying that you would bring it to the... Your Wi-Fi is garbage, so streaming is unfortunately not a great option. Fair enough, yeah. Sort of running wires everywhere. You got a free Steam Link a few years ago and it's basically unplayable. I use the Steam Link app and it's fine. But I also have, like, extremely good internet. I don't know. I just like to me the Steam Deck is like a pretty specific device for a pretty specific kind of person. I'm not that kind of person. Doesn't matter that there's other tablet computers, Frog. I mean, there's lots of competitors and that kind of thing. China's been making handheld computers for gaming for a while now. It's just not something I need. I mean, the person asked the question, would I get one and would I play it? No, and no. Not the format I want to play Dwarf Fortress in, especially. The types of games I play don't really lend themselves to that kind of setup either. Okay, this one is pretty sus. But I need water. I need to get water down here. So we're going to dig this over here, over there, over there. Okay, so you right there. Up to there. You know, everybody has different use cases, and mine doesn't fit yours, and that's fine. Being on your computer means being at work? Sure. I don't play games when I'm not working. Like, at all. You know, there's this... I mean, that's not totally true. There are some games I'll play while I'm not working, but it's very rare that I'll play games. If I'm working, if I'm playing games, it's because I'm prepping to record a video, or it's because I'm streaming. So owning another device that lets me play games that's not at my computer is entirely redundant to me. Also, Rolf, you have a good night. I mean, I bought a Playdate. This thing. Well, that's because this thing is an entirely different format for playing games. It's like, it's not a gameplay experience you can get on a computer. No, totally. Which is why I also, it's actually kind of funny. Sometimes people will be like, hey, Greg, do you want to play games? Like, my friends will say that, or like one of my relatives will say that. They'll be like, Greg, do you want to play some games? And I'll be like, do I have to work? Like, I'll hang out in a call, and I'll watch a movie, and you can play games, but do I want to play games? Nah, not really. To not get into streaming, you don't want games to become work. You like what you do for work, but you don't work for fun. I love my job. Like, I love this job. I'm gonna be completely honest. But everything is a job, right? Making content is a job. And the second you depend on sub revenue, ad revenue, or anything for any portion of your income, even if it's just like, I don't know, extra grocery bills to be able to afford the fancy cheese this week. Yeah, it's a job. And it's not an easy one. Like, I've been telling people this for years. A lot of people seem to not believe me for some strange reason. But streaming is the hardest job I've ever had. It is far and away the hardest job I've ever had. So, I don't know. My piece of advice, though, is if you don't want games to turn into that for you, but you do want to stream, go ahead, stream. Don't sign the affiliate contract. Don't. People will ask you to. Don't do it. You won't get ads on your stream if you don't sign the affiliate contract, fun fact. Stream at like 480p so anybody can watch your stream and it'll look fine. Don't have a tip button. Don't set a schedule and stream when you want to stream for the amount you want to stream. That's what I tell people whenever they want to get into streaming and they don't want it to become a job. And you know what's hilarious to me? The vast majority of them sign the affiliate contract really freaking quickly. And then it's because Twitch like harasses you to do it, basically. Then you sign that contract and now suddenly you're on the treadmill of Twitch, which is you need to get that sub count up. Unlock some emotes, get some more subs, unlock some emotes, unlock some more emotes, unlock some... It's literally... And it's why this podcast episode hasn't released yet, but on Sunday, there's a pre-recorded podcast episode releasing the Halcyon Frequency podcast, where we talk about conventions. And I talk about TwitchCon NA, and I genuinely feels like a MLM scam to me going to that convention now. And the reason I say that it feels like an MLM scam is because all of the panels are advice on how to get started streaming. The vast majority of people who go to that convention are affiliates. Vast majority of them all have business cards and are all trying. Like I referenced this guy multiple times. I've referenced this guy multiple times. I've never actually said what his name was. There was a dude at TwitchCon 2019 that damn near poked my eye out with a business card because I was sitting down and he saw that I had a partner badge and literally goes, "Oh, you're a Twitch partner. Take a card." Because he wanted raids. And as much as I had fun at TwitchCon over the years, I don't know if I ever want to go to TwitchCon, North America anyway, again. Unless that kind of general attitude goes away. It's a slippery slope that you can easily see. You wouldn't want to get paid for having fun and playing. Why wouldn't I want to get paid for having fun and playing games? Well, now you need to do more and earn more, etc. Yeah, no, it's a very easy treadmill to get stuck on. And like I've said before, for me it was an out because I was in a not great toxic relationship and I needed social outlets and I worked full-time night shift and had very few friends. And the few friends I did have lived pretty far away. So it was just not really doable. Raids aren't going away. Hosts are going away. Raids are sticking around. Say fuck them behind their back. You don't need to say fuck Twitch behind your back. Fortunately. Hello, Mark Square. What was it like meeting him? It's not my first time meeting him. Well, actually, him and Zach. Was my first time meeting Alexandra, though, Kid Fox's community manager. I met their previous community manager, Victoria, who now works for Inner Sloth, who makes Among Us, oddly enough. But it was good to see Zach and Tarn again. You okay there, Dwarf? You just, like, dug down a hole and fell. Yeah, I mean, I have them on my stream, like every 4 months. So I've talked to them kind of at length now for a while. I mean, they've been on my, Zach and Tarn have been on my stream twice, and Tarn, has been on my stream 7 times? I'd need to go look at the playlist. I think it's been 7 times now since 2020. But yeah, no, it's been lovely. It was lovely to see them again. It's been a while. Just making sure Dwarf isn't gonna like knock himself down a cliff. But the first time I met them was at PAX West 2019. Like, I've been in this industry, and I've been streaming, and I've been making stuff on the internet for as of November 17th, 10 years, which is kind of special. Or rather, we'll be starting year 10. It will be 9 years. But my first streams were in 2012, so I'm getting close to 10 years, but consistently for 9. And October 30th, I will have been partnered for 4? Yes, because I got partnered in the end of 2018, shortly after TwitchCon. So 19, 20, 21, 20. So yeah, 4 years. 4 years I've been. Anyway, so 2019, I met them the first time, and that was really cool because that was back when like PAX was still at its normal size. Also got to briefly meet Sethados, who made Archcrystal, who was also there, who's apparently from my city, who comes by the stream sometimes every now and again. Yeah, I mean they're fun dudes to talk to. They just they're really fun because they just really like talking about their game. And so it's very easy to just sit there and like talk about Dwarf Fortress with them. It gets a little bit less easy when like at the same time it's really fun to just talk about Dwarf Fortress, it's also kind of hard for me to not just talk about release dates and things that very clearly stress them the fuck out. Because, you know, I work in this side of the industry where all I want to do is talk about like when things are coming out and whatnot. So I had to try my best to be like respectful and shit. But like aside from that, yeah, no, it was good meeting them again. We wandered around downtown Seattle and then went to a couple touristy spots, and then we went to Yard House, which is just a big steakhouse bar restaurant thing. It's expensive in downtown Seattle, and that was fine. They also had lots of beer, so we drank beer. If you actually look at my YouTube channel and go to the community section, there's a picture of us at the Yard House. Let me go grab it. That. Not the best picture, but hey. So. Yeah, no, it was fun. I recommend trying to meet them if you get the opportunity. But probably have them on the stream again sometime in November, I had to guess. Because those are just scheduled now. They're just a thing. It's kind of one of the nicest comments I've ever gotten, actually, about the chats that I have with them on stream, is that it's starting to feel like a actual replacement for DF Talk, which was their old podcast. You don't think they'll be in Ireland anytime soon? Yeah, not anytime soon. I mean, they've been to Iceland a few times. That's halfway. It's getting close. I have some family in Dublin. I've always wanted to go to Ireland. Just side note. Not even halfway? Yeah. Actually, considering they're in west coast of Canada, distance traveled, that might be close to halfway, actually. Or sorry, not west coast of Canada. I'm in the west coast of Canada. They're in the west coast of the U.S. Like, they're in the Seattle area. So considering they're in Seattle area, that's... Yeah, I know. Canadian cities get fighty as well. Oh, hey, Sazir, dwarven child withdraws from society. Let's follow you around, bud. Everyone outside of Dublin hates Dublin. I mean, everyone outside of Toronto hates Toronto. Fuck Toronto. Actually, I think most people in Toronto hate Toronto. Everyone outside of Quebec hates Quebec. How's that? Just the whole province. Let's throw them under the bus. A lot of people hate Alberta. Most British Columbians hate Alberta. Although I say that I have family in Dublin, I have a family member in Dublin, and then everybody else lives outside of Dublin, so I just don't know the names of the towns that they live in. I know where my great aunt lives. That's it. I don't know where anybody else lives. I just know that they all live in the general vicinity. And to me, an hour's drive is close by, but for Ireland, I would assume not so much. So, fuck if I know what's an hour outside of Dublin. How long have I been working on this fortress? Ooh, that's a good question. 30, 40, 50 hours maybe? Nothing compared to Long Death. There's another fortress referenced in that same Bay 12 post where they say fortresses that are aiming for 1,000 years. I have a fortress that's 418 years old. So that one I've put about 1,800 hours into. Yeah, see, for me, I don't drive, but if I were to get a ride to the nearest car or to the nearest major city in a car from here, 19 hours? So yeah, if I were to get a ride to the next major city, I'm in 19 hours. From Vancouver to the next major city. No, I'm not in the middle of nowhere. I'm in one of the biggest cities in Canada. but to get from my city to the next nearest city in Canada. I mean, to the next major city outside of Canada would be Seattle, which is 4 hours. But from here to like Edmonton, which is like the next major city, I mean, there's other towns and things with like less than 100,000 people and like maybe a few 100,000 people. But the nearest major city is probably Edmonton. I mean, like there's Hope, which is where Rambo First Blood was filmed. Actually, that's not totally true. The nearest major city would probably be Victoria, actually, which is like the British Columbia's capital. But even that is like an hour drive, a 2-hour boat ride, and then another 2-hour drive. What's a small town? 100,000 people? I mean, like, I grew up in a small town, and it was 80,000 people. I now live in a city... Well, technically, I live in the city of Surrey, which is just right next to the city of Vancouver, but nobody knows that there's a Surrey here. And Surrey has 2.4 million people, I think. I mean, for whatever it's worth, like, this is my basis for comparison, right? Canada, the country I live in, has 30 million odd people. And maybe getting close to 35 mil. Maybe 40 mil soon. Los Angeles has more people than that. So that's my basis for comparison for small town. Los Angeles has more people than that. There's more people in LA than there is in Canada. Population was 150. That's not a town. That's a couple houses in the middle of fuck nowhere. Technically, I grew up in a place... Have you ever seen the YouTube channel Linus Tech Tips? Actually. Okay. They named their server Wannock. I grew up in the town of Wannock, which is a suburb, on paper, of the town Haney, which was later renamed to Maple Ridge, because Haney rhymed with rainy, and it never fucking stopped raining in Haney, so everybody called it Rainy Haney, and it bothered everybody so much they renamed it Maple Ridge. Linus Tech Tips named their server Wannock. I grew up in Wannock, and have met multiple people who ended up working for Linus Tech Tips while living in Wannock. Wannock has a population. It's like 700 cows, 14,000 chickens, 1,800 sheep, and like 500 people. It's like a patch of nothing forest that's now full of like cannabis grow-ups. Legal ones instead of illegal ones now. It was previously full of illegal ones. Now it's full of legal ones. Chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. But that's where I grew up. Malachite, marble blocks, rough moss opals, cave spider silk cloth, marble blocks, rough moss opals, table cut emeralds, and pecan wood logs. Also, fun fact about Linus Tech Tips. When they were filming one of their episodes of Scrapyard Wars, the one where they couldn't eat or drink, I ran into them on SkyTrain. There's a few scenes of them on public transit, and I think that was when I ran into them. Literally walked up to them and was like, the fuck? It's Linus Tech Tips. Except it's spelled WHONNOCK. Not WANNOCH, or however you spelled that. It means big river, is what it translates to. You're playing it by ear? It's fine. I generally play it by beer, so you know, whatever works. Oh, also, I'm gonna throw... Should I throw shade at Ireland? I don't know. Guinness is trash. Let's move up here. See what's going on. It's kind of nice that there's been less zombies hanging around. Okay. Every single time I encounter somebody on Twitch who says that they're from Ireland, I have to say Guinness is trash out loud at some point, and they almost always disagree with me, so we can be friends. Guinness is fucking garbage. Terrible goddamn beer. My dad went to Ireland a couple years ago and had Guinness from their brewery and claims that it's the greatest beer he's ever tasted. I'm like, Dad, you can't tell the difference between a Kit Kat and a Coffee Crisp. That's all I have to say. Was invented by an Irishman to disenfranchise the Irish. Was invented by an Englishman to disenfranchise the Irish people. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest, but no, I didn't know that. That sounds like something that would happen in history, yeah? So it's like crack in Chicago? Crack if it was like brewed, allegedly. God. It's funny though. My dad was in me and my dad went out drinking on his birthday earlier this year, and I took him to a craft brewery that makes a really good stout. Am I really down to 122 people? The fuck happened? Still toilet waste. Anyway, I took him to a brewery that makes a really good imperial stout. Right? They have like 5 different variations of it. It's called Gold Foil. It's really good. Anyway, so I took him to this place, and I asked him like, what's the best dark beer you've ever had? And he goes, well, this by a long shot. I'm like, so hold on a second. Are you like finally admitting that Guinness isn't that good? He goes, I don't know what you're talking about, and now claims that he doesn't remember any of it. Which is fair. He was pretty smashed. Good evening, Gurgi. Brewed with oats and had a mild round taste. I like square tastes personally, but round is good too. Sorry, just joke. Don't know if that one landed. You got waste on it? Damn right. Halifax. If I had to live elsewhere in Canada, I would move to Halifax. Because, like, their winters suck, which I love. And, that or Whitehorse, actually, but Whitehorse isn't very walkable. Then, like, who doesn't want to live in a city with a giant fucking star fortress in the middle of it? I mean, come on. Come on. Who doesn't want to live in that? But yeah, Halifax is pretty cool. I've had some oat dark beers before. Here's another picture. Whitehorse is fine, but the problem is affordable living in Whitehorse. You can't live in downtown. Whitehorse is a small city, but it's a really dense, expensive city. And you know how I just said that the winters suck in Halifax? Take that times 5 for Whitehorse. Also, the sun straight up just doesn't come up for half the year in Whitehorse, so it's like, it's kind of like moving to Finland. It's like, well, I don't know. It says here, Kavish Kubor, the dwarven child, has created Dursmore Nabob Garathtish, a pecan wood toy hammer. I would toy hammer. And he claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Zang channeled Linkkindled. Fist unions, the dismal distance. This is a pecan wood toy hammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned marble cabochons and round malachite cabochons, and decorated with cave spider silk, and encircled with bands of pecan wood. And this object menaces with spikes of emerald. On the item is an image of a hulking man in moss opal. What the fuck's a hulking man? On the item is an image of Stazols, Gladness Brews, the Fuchsia, the Mountain Titan. Wait, really? Huh. In Moss Opal. Gladness Brews, the Fuchsia is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the Mountain Titan Stazols. Gladness Brews, the Fuchsia. In Heliotrope. Point. In a time before time. I wonder if that's named after this, like a coincidence that we have a god named the Fuchsia. On the item is an image of Aban Willax as the dwarf in marble. It's like -7. I live in a very temperate Canada, so winter is generally like -7 to 15, but we usually have about like 2 weeks in the middle of winters, usually sometime in February, where it just gets fucking cold for no reason. We'll have like -35 with wind chill and snow and sleet and hail for like 3 days, and then it melts. But generally, like, the majority of winter is like around -7 to 10, with like highs of 10 to 15 degrees, even in the middle of winter. Like, it's pretty mild generally, but then every now and again it'll be like, fuck you, cold! But like Whitehorse, or not Whitehorse, Halifax. The thing with Halifax is Halifax gets all the tropical storms from Florida. Oh, okay, the Weaver's been missing for a week. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. The problem with getting tropical storms from Florida is by the time it gets tropical storms from Florida, it's already like 30 below zero. So the late fall tropical storms that they get blast up north. Oh man, I did lose a bunch. Shit. Okay, what the fuck's happening? Is it from that digging attempt? Did like people fall into... Nobody fell into lava. There's like literally... I'm kind of annoyed. I need to like look up how they died, because what the fuck? I have limited dwarves. I need to be very careful with this population. I should very much make an effort to be more careful. Yeah, let's just pay attention to this. So I watch a streamer sometimes from Brazil, and she'll just be like nattering on about something and then complain. Did you just straight up walk into the lava? Yeah, big dummy. Is that 2 of you that just walked in? Oh, hold up. I'm not actually sure how that even happened. Well, classic dwarves. All right, great. What was I saying? Anyway, she'll sometimes complain. She'll be like, it's cold out. And I'll be like, well, how cold is it there? And she'll be like, it's 21 degrees. Fucking lemmings. Grumbles. Gosh. This is like really poor performance by me. Look at that. You. Brilliant. Yeah, I don't know. Where I live is temperate enough. It gets too hot in the summer here. You have to immigrate from Ireland when you finish college? Well, at least you get to go to college. Where are you going to, if I can ask? As long as it's not the States, you're doing okay. Well, I guess there's maybe worse places in the world you could be than the US right now. I don't know what ATU stands for. Atlantic Technical University. Google that. You know what's funny? I Google ATU, and I get Canadian Public Transit Group, and yeah, I get 2 different transit unions. It's a transit union in Canada, apparently. Seems fun. The rest of Ireland combined together make ATU? Yeah. I know, like, so I've never done any post-secondary, and I graduated early. I'm like the poster child for how not to go to school. Probably spent less time in school than, like, anybody in this channel, with the exception of somebody who hasn't finished school yet. I'm practically a high school dropout. Don't be like me, is the classic statement. Or be like me, I don't know. Live your life. Where the hell? All right, so the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this one tile at a time. So that I hopefully don't kill any other dwarves. Otherwise, we're going to be out of dwarves by the time we actually find hell. Which isn't very useful at all, actually. Always requires a sacrifice? Not when you have limited dwarves left and your faction's dead. Like, I literally have 119 dwarves left. That's it. Not getting any more unless I swap to adventure mode and bring in adventurers. Or retire this fortress and build 4 others, but I really don't feel like cleaning up the mess of this fortress. So, the number of dwarves I have left is finite. Kill 118 of them? No. You can do that in your fort. No. Don't tell me what to do. Right? I won't accept your money in a dono if you do that. I will refund it. Because I do not accept requests like that. I aim the way I want to, and that's how I do it. Civ got crushed? Yeah, the mountain. Well, this Civ was like was always kind of like the runt of the litter. There was just not that many forts in it to begin with, and shortly after I embarked here, the mountain home got crushed, which is why I'm the mountain home now. It got attacked by this goblin fortress with 5,000 goblins in it, headed up by some sort of brute. Can't remember what kind. I did attack it once. Lost a bunch of dwarves in the process, which I wasn't thrilled about. But, you know, it happened, so not much I can do about it. And I really don't appreciate people demanding me do things. I create entertainment on the internet for entertainment purposes. I don't create entertainment on the internet to be ordered what to do. So, I'm not your monkey. It's all good. Just gotta learn the vibe of the stream. Alright, you do that. do that safely, I would think. I try my best, Gurgi. Bab's throwing another tantrum. Kinda hoping, though, on the topic of things dying, kinda hoping we get a fell mood. I don't think I've had a fell mood in years. The game's been so easy as of late, and I've been intentionally neglecting these dwarves so much in this fortress. Kinda hope that we get a fell mood, actually. Be kinda neat. It's been a while since I've had a dark artifact. Alright, you do that and that. That out. This is pretty close to being able to just run water all over it. Just kind of want to cycle back around this side of here so that I'll be able to access all of this. So let's do this and this. There and there. Let's fingers crossed they don't Darwin Awards themselves to death. Right, that's 2. All right, that's 3, 4. Easy peasy. Yes. Surrounding it with obsidian to be able to dig down and safely trim out the goods. Ah, it's all good. Narc Square. Thanks for swinging by. If you check out the YouTube channel, there's all of the Bay 12 Games talks are archived in a playlist if you want to see them. Swords or spears. Axes are maybe a little bit more fitting, but in my opinion, swords or spears. I like spears thematically, and swords are just the best. It's like, it's not even like a contest there. Swords are just broken. Also, thanks for the follow, by the way, Narc. Gonna cancel this. Don't kill yourself there, Dwarf. All right, I think we can turn this puppy back on. Let's go. Flood it. Now. Eventually. Sometime this year. Add tour, get your arse down here and pump this pump. Oh. That's going to take a while. It's on the other side of the long walk. You know, I really thought that building a really long bridge would be really cool. And it's great until you realize that it takes them 2 days to walk across it. I mean, it's still pretty great, but also it takes a while. Falls downstairs, falls down more flights of stairs, falls down more flights of stairs. This is a big fortress. It's a good thing this fortress isn't that deep. It's wide, but it's not deep. All right. Okay, so the water pumping begins. So it's going to go down here, and then it's going to go up this way, and then it's going to fall there, and it's going to go through here, straight down into here. And that's going to cast it in... Wow, I just knocked the 2 key off of my numpad. So that's going to... We lost another one somehow. They're all getting lava. I don't even know how somebody died in lava. I wasn't even looking. Wasn't even looking, so I don't even know at this point. Let's just go up to the top and place them around the top and see. I'm pretty sure, like, they literally all just burn to death in lava. No, that's a statue. I don't want a statue. What do you think is the strongest candy or the best candy weapon, CCJ? It's unfair to ask a question like that and not give your own answer. Let's jump down to the pump operator. There it goes. Oddly, though, I don't like candy weapons. They're too strong. And they make a mess. I really, 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 really like Silver Warhammers. Silver Warhammers, in my opinion, are the best weapon in the game. Because unlike sharp weapons, just bonk on the head, stun, dealt with, sorted. I mean, adamantine hammers are terrible, but... God. Apparently it was Game Press Hour. I just received 8 emails. Platinum hammers are the GG weapon? Yeah, I'm not counting artifact materials, though. Or modded materials. Although I'm so curious to know what Tarn's been teasing for a while. Because Tarn, every time he talks about premium, he says elves are going to be a threat. The first thing he says. And the other thing that he's said is, and he said this in, I think, a Future of the Fortress post and like one of the blog posts. He said that elves are going to be more of a threat and godlike metals are going to make more of an appearance. So the holy metals, so all of the randomly generated, no, I said axes are more thematic because, and my axe! That's why. Axes and hammers are more dwarfy than spears and swords. You can't change my mind. But you probably heard treants from me. That's me wishing. I don't think that's happening. But no, elves are the only faction in the game that naturally acquire godlike metals. So my theory is they're gonna fucking show up wearing flaming armor with screaming metal swords. That's my theory. I'm very much expecting like them to just show up with booming metal armor. Although flaming metal thongs sounds like a problem. So hopefully they don't force them to do that. Because like, you know, if you go here and you just type in metal, right? Like in this world we have dark metal, ruddy metal, translucent metal, slick metal, glowing metal, rusted metal, flickering metal, pale metal, multicolored metal, singing metal. Yeah. Yep, in the next update /premium, elves getting buffed. Elves are like children with waffle bats right now. It's not even fun to fight them. Singing metal, yeah. Well, they're magical godlike metals that were created by the gods before time. And the elves existed before time, so they're the ones who had the opportunity to harvest it. Of course. And they were bestowed upon with metals upon them by their godlike divine creatures. Or forces, should I say. I have no idea. To be completely honest with you, I have no idea. I'm not the person to ask. Cupo might be a person to ask. She might know. But I couldn't tell you. Got thing to do? Have good fun, do thing. See you when we see you. It depends on the holy metal. Depends on the holy metal. So I don't actually know the answer to that question. I managed to have a bunch of flaming metal in a fortress once. I wasn't able to do anything with them because I hadn't changed my raws. I got attacked by a demon once that had a, I think it was a slick or a flickering metal sword that I don't know. We died, so it killed everyone. So it must have been strong. Yeah, it's actually really weird how much damage like a leather hood takes. It's like, oh, a sword was deflected by their cloth glove. I mean, maybe it would work in real life for like 1 or 2 hits, just like Dwarf Fortress. It works for maybe 1 or 2 hits. But yeah, no, with Dwarf Fortress, it's really hard because there's like no like straight up just stat readouts or anything in the game. It was actually kind of funny. I was asking, in one of the recent interviews, I forwarded a question to Tarn, which was just, how are we going to be able to tell the difference? It's like if divine metals play a bigger part in premium, how are we going to know the stat differences between that and let's just say steel or iron? And Tarn's response was, well, how do you tell the difference in effectiveness and damage between steel and bronze right now? Without using any external tools, how do you tell the difference? Because I don't think you do. I don't think the game surfaces that information anywhere. I'm pretty sure that's by design. So if the game isn't surfacing that information anywhere, so, Atal is actually a really good defense against longswords and spears, if you know the technique. I mean, everything in fighting is a technique. Also, Arctic Boy, hi. Hope you're doing well, Arctic Boy. Okay. Well, I fucked up one spot. Just get them to go pop a hole in that. But it's very similar to bullfighting, if I'm thinking of what Gurgi's referring to. Like you whip it around and large piece of cloth. Just run through superheated steam. Superheated steam does like no damage to dwarves from what I can tell. Watch them both die, but I've had them doing that for a while and had no issues. Wrap the blade in when they thrust. When they slash you, whip it around the blade and pull. Allows you to control the opponent's weapon. So yeah, very similar to bullfighting then. Where you whip it around their horns and force them to spin out of the way. I don't actually think steam does damage to dwarves. It's not like, Oh, that's blood that you're cleaning. I was gonna say, what are you doing? I thought he was cleaning up lava. Nope, cleaning up blood. But, you've never seen bullfighting? I mean, it's just straight up animal abuse, so I would... You can skip it, you'll be fine. But bullfighting technique is very much like whip piece of cloth around horns, repeat. But yeah, superheated steam in Dwarf Fortress is nowhere near as dangerous as Caves of Cud. In Caves of Cud, it's like, if you're standing in a lake and you use a fireball ability right next to you, it's just boop, dead. It's just full body scalding, dead. No questions, just dead. No questions, just dead. Insta dead. Dead, dead, dead. Never even had the opportunity to blink, just dead. Also, since we're allowed to multi-stream on Twitch now onto non-competing platforms, I'm very much thinking about the next time I do a interview with Zach and Tarn Adams. I'm gonna dual stream it to Reddit. Because I always make a Reddit post anyway, and it's not that hard to stream to RPAN. And that's one of the streaming services that Twitch partners can stream to and not run into issues. So I'm very much considering streaming to Reddit. If I can find the tech to make it work. I think I know how to do it. I think I know how to multi-stream on both. All right, we can shut this water off now. Well, to give you an idea, might reach a lot of people you wouldn't otherwise. To give you an idea, there's usually 200 people looking at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. So anybody looking at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit would count as a viewer. So, not YouTube or TikTok? Well, I can't multi-stream to YouTube because YouTube is a competing platform, and I refuse to use TikTok because TikTok scares me. We're not allowed to multi-stream to YouTube as Twitch partners because YouTube is a competing platform. And in fact, I'd be kind of shocked if TikTok doesn't get put under that same moniker eventually. You're allowed to multi-stream to short-form platforms. You're allowed to multi-stream to TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, and other non-competing platforms. Why does TikTok scare me? Children. Jokes aside, China. Like, I have a TikTok account just to have my name, but going to that website scares me a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of the amount or lack thereof privacy controls on TikTok. That's the same reason I don't have a Facebook account or an Instagram account or a WhatsApp account, because I don't trust Meta with the exact same information. Well, it answers your question now. Like, it's, for me, it's a pretty logical thing. Like, honestly, it's not a difficult thing, really. It's just, I use platforms that I feel comfortable using, that I feel comfortable asking people to watch me on. You know that we are technically contract employees, right? Like, it's not a at that point you're a pseudo employee. As long as Twitch and Twitch contracts have existed, we are independent contractors working for Amazon. So it's not a, it's like that. That's literally what it is. Literally, that is what it is. Also, like, I don't want to stream on YouTube anyway. Nothing against YouTube, but, like, YouTube is a really bad platform for live streaming, and I still believe that. YouTube is fantastic for video. It's also great for, like, premiering stuff and that kind of thing. It's not a good... They still have it. Like, you can stream at high quality, but that doesn't make it a good platform for streaming. There's a reason, like, people who multi-stream to all platforms disable chat on YouTube. But if I were to cancel my Twitch contract to be able to multi-stream to YouTube, I would lose, like, $600 a month overnight. Actually, no, I would lose... Because I'd lose all my Twitch money. That's just subs. I would lose 80% of my income. So, no. Staying on Twitch's terms is fine for me. Because believe it or not, the vast majority of the money that pays my bills comes from Twitch. I make, well, I can tell you this. In the last 30 days, I've made $1,094.88 USD from Twitch. That's before taxes and fees. So, probably about trying to do like maths to move that into Canadian dollars to actually move it back into American dollars. Probably around $1,000. Probably around $1,000. And that's like the minimum that I need to make to break even. And then I also get what I get from Patreon. And then tips and whatever on top of that. You should stream? Yeah. It's in your username. Why not? More the merrier, I suppose. Twitch pays okay? Eh. Eh. Twitch could pay better, but I don't think they can afford to pay better. Twitch pays if you guys pay me, right? I make money if people give me money. So if Twitch pays as well as the audience wants to pay the person on Twitch, then do a good stream. Stop telling me that. Go do it. Sheesh. What am I building today? I'm trying to find hell, and I've been trying to find hell for the past few streams of this fort. Also, keep in mind, I made less than $100 a year the first 4 years I streamed. And I've been streaming for 9. Well, actually, that's not true. Third year I made. Fourth year I made $400. Fifth year I made like 2,000, I think, total. So I might be doing all right now, but I'm still below minimum wage. So this is a statue of that multi-time criminal who, like, stole an artifact and is currently in prison for 500 more days. This is an exceptionally designed image of Astrog Demon Inc., the human in Iron by Ezim Tygozar. Demon Inc. is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the human, sunless stalker, Astrog Demon Inc., being risen from the dead as a sunless stalker in the jungles of Balding in the early spring of 145. And then he went and committed a life of crime and is now in my prison. Let's see how that water's coming along. But to give you an idea, like, I blatantly just stated how much I make on Twitch. This is YouTube. I can't show you the Twitch revenue because that's breaking contracts showing you the numbers. But this is my YouTube revenue for the last 30 days. This is 106,000 views, all in ads. Am I playing Made-Frame Defenders? No, but I know the name. So $226.17 Canadian in the last 30 days on YouTube for 100,000 views. Actually, not bad. Not bad. It's not bad. And for comparison, my Twitch account gets like 13,000 views a month. Let's see. Let's remind my brain of what Mainframe Defenders is. Oh, this thing. Yeah, I've almost bought this a couple of times. I've just never bothered. It's always something that I look at and I go, oh, that looks kind of neat, and then I just don't. It's like $3 right now. Maybe I'll pick it up. Got until the 23rd. 74 hours. Is that all? Noob. That's a lot of time. That's a good time spent. Maybe. I don't know. It always comes down to, will I stream it? And I'm currently diving into Zorbus. Because it's been Zorbin time for a little bit now. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Okay, fine. Lock everybody inside. Hey, look, it's the elves, but it's the elves that come from the goblins. So they're not actually elves. They're using iron and steel weapons. Some copper weapons. There's one with a cap. It's a goblin. Interesting. Copper cap, and it is sized for goblins. It's a masterfully designed image of the dread of scrapes, a goblin civilization. It's the Branded Witch, a rendition of a goblet. It's actually interesting. I've been attacked by goblin armies. I've been attacked by goblin ogre army mixes, and I've been attacked by elf enslaved armies. I've never seen elf enslaved armies mixed with goblins. This is interesting. Zorbus with a U. It's on Steam. But it's a free game. I think Zorbus.net. It's been free on the internet for forever, but it just released on Steam for $5. But it's free on their website if you just want to go play it. It's Zorbus, not Zorbis. All right, well, that's quite the hefty siege so far. No problemo. Yep, they're still spawning. All right, that's a pretty hefty raid, that's for sure. Close the blast doors. We must close the blast doors. All right, so now that we've closed the blast doors, I don't think any of you chat room have seen this siege just yet. Or have seen the defenses yet. At least nobody's actively talking. Some of you might have. Yeah, this is a big one. 200. There's a beak dog too, meaning there's probably trolls gonna show up as well. It's elves, it's goblins, it's beak dogs. Let's take a peek at one of these goblins. His hair is extremely long. He is tall and scrawny. His nose is extraordinarily broad. And his extremely narrow fused-lobed ears are flattened. He has a broad chin and his hair is lavender. Lovely. And his skin is pine green. Also lovely. His eyes are red. Raz, what up? Damn right, Gurgi. This is going to be an attack on the frame rate in a moment, I think. And more keep spawning. More keep spawning. Now. Make all my squads inactive. Frame rates dropping. Frames keep dropping down. All right, well, we're up to 280. By the way, the default for enemy sieges is like 220. I turned it up to 600 for this fort. I mean, we can ship it anyway, Kodiak. It's fine. How you been though, Raz? What have you been up to, dude? Your week's been okay. All we need is orcs, ogres, and then some blizzard men to show up, and it'll truly be a party. Everybody's working towards the weekend. Are we just like typing in song lyrics now? Jesus fuck, 349 of them? They're still spawning and they've almost gotten to my fort. That's how big this army is. Yep, still spawning. Chat, we found the trolls. What are they? Oh, fuck. $390. Not that many goblins, though. Goblins are pretty minimal. I do like this goblin beast hunter in the middle, though. What the hell are you doing here? Not a weapon class. Of the Tibigs. Yes, the Tibigs. I think we'll call them the Tebgs. It's not quite a player unknown's battlegrounds. It's a totally Hey, there's more blizzard men. Look at that. Wow, no, just send me some ogres. I know they have ogres in their faction. There's 2 blizzard men in there. These things are super fucking rare. Especially like faction aligned blizzard men. Mwah. Awesome. Love it. There's an M in there now, Raz. Yep. Evil creatures can join them. But the reason they join them is because they only spawn in haunted glaciers, and this faction, this goblin faction happens to live on a haunted glacier. It's very convenient. I like to think that the blizzard men are in charge because they are immortal. They're also prime evil. They are rare enough and evil enough that they could be considered the leader of a goblin faction. That's a traditional roguelike. This Tibia is not a... Tibia is like a MMO, is it not? Well, it uses the... Zorbus uses the graphics from... or the same tile set as Stone Soup. You imagine a regiment of identical clones of Chris Metzen. That's a direction to go. I mean, you know what I imagine? I imagine an army of identical clones of Jack Frost from the Santa Claus movies. That's what I think of when I think of Blizzard, man. I guess you could go the route of Chris Metzen or like any of the other Blizzard execs. But I mean, for me, it's just... I imagine the fucking, like, silver freeze-dried hair of Jack Frost from those awful movies. Or at least the later ones were awful. The first one, the first Santa Claus movie, genuinely great movie. But Dwarf Fortress also has Yetis. Dwarf Fortress also has Yetis. Let's see if there's any wiki images for Blizzard Men. Ah, there it is. Perfect. This is the only canonical image of a Blizzard man. He's very friendly looking. Although they are wearing clothing here in this instance. Well, Bobby Kotick would be wouldn't be a Blizzard man. He'd be an Activision man. Or he'd just be a man, like, who just happens to be in charge of big company. This is gonna get really framey, by the way. Blizzard men all work for WoW. I think they all work for Bobby Kotick and investors. You know, I'll be honest. I've never been a fan of Blizzard. I've played video games all my life. I played StarCraft and StarCraft Brood War, as in I played the campaigns and played some multiplayer. It was fun. Never got particularly attached to it. I played a little bit of Diablo 2. It was fine. Never got particularly attached to it. I played a little bit of Hearthstone. It was fine. I stopped before the beta ended. And I played a tiny little bit of Heroes of the Storm, and I kind of hated it. And it's like, I've never been big into Blizzard games. I've never particularly enjoyed many Blizzard games, with the exception of StarCraft Brood War. And even then, I think I liked the tower defense more than the rest of it. So I'm really happy I'm not nostalgic for those games at all right now. But I feel really bad for anybody who is. Too polished? You like games to be a little rough around the edges, modding? So like that game that I posted earlier where I'm like, this thing looks awful, but I think I might love it. I will say this. I am a fan of Bay 12 games. But you stopped when you realized how attached you were? That was me with RuneScape. You have a story? I have many, but what's yours? This goblin just gets pummeled. The Spear Dwarf punches the goblin in the right eye. Wow, the fight lit. Okay, no, it didn't start like that. That's page 2. Damn it. First page is page 2. Dwarf punches him in the eye. Okay, the first thing that happens was the Spear Dwarf stabs the Goblin Swordman in the right foot with an adamantine spear, fracturing the bone. Literally, they stabbed him on the foot and then just kicked him to death. Ooh, that's brutal. Not stabbed in the ground, pushed over, kicked and bludgeoned to death. Because I keep linking this game in chat, which I received key for through Twitter earlier in the week, which I haven't actually said out loud on stream, so anybody watching this on YouTube is probably going, what the fuck game are you talking about, dude? But that's a game that I was sent key for via Twitter. Kind of looks awful, but it looks great in a 1990s immersive sim kind of way, to the point where I think I might actually play it. You're very nostalgic for Blizzard games, but the business practices have spoiled things for you personally. I mean, I feel like if you're really, even if you are very attached to Blizzard games, and even if you did play a lot of stuff, like just the recent games I've been putting out too have been so shit that it's very hard to acknowledge it. I will say, Modding, I launched it last night and it immediately crashed, and I haven't relaunched it since. So I need to fiddle with it and see if I can make it work. It has like a pretty extensive launch screen menu. So I haven't made it work yet, so just like be careful. Figured out you cried because you couldn't justify the purchase of another one. Wait, hold on. You played WoW for like 6 months, and you were deep in and using all your time to constantly play WoW. And you went to the store to buy one of the expansions, but somewhere along that time you lost the key that came with the expansion. Really? And you cried because you couldn't justify the purchase of another one. Wow. That's kind of it's an oddly sad story. Damn. You know, honestly, it's probably for the best. You know, like, there's a tweet that went viral recently. That didn't go viral for good reasons. This person's getting ratioed super hard. But the tweet was, playing video games for me is a form of depression. None of my best memories are me playing video games, but the majority of my memories are me playing video games. And I feel that way with MMOs specifically. I don't feel that way with most other types of games. Vast majority of other games, I don't feel that way. But with MMOs specifically, wow, blood bit go flying. What was that? Oh, there goes his head. Bye, head. Someone got patted. For me with MMOs specifically, it's very rare that I think back on it fondly. Like, I have a lot of fond memories of, like, playing even, like, fucking the Hunter Call of the Wild with my friend Kevin and just, like, going on virtual hikes and shooting deer. Like, great memories. At least that person learned something important about themselves. Totally. I mean, like, I think, like, I love video games, and I think video games should take up time if you enjoy that time. But because, like, I'm going to pause the game so you're not missing it. Because, like, every single format of media now is designed to just consume everything, to harvest as much data as possible, and milk as much money out of you as possible. Because they're designed that way, it's very difficult for the entirety of that process to be enjoyable. Because a lot of it's going to be filler. Right? Kind of for the same ways that, like, even if you really like JRPGs, people who really like JRPGs, like, they can get a little grindy because you'll be spending a lot of time grinding up your stats so you can fight the next boss, right? I don't enjoy that kind of gameplay, right? I enjoy games that are minute-to-minute rewarding because I am intentionally doing a thing and achieving goals, right? And when games just, like, artificially... It's, like, the same reason why I get so annoyed with extensive tech trees in city builders is because... I don't want that arbitrary time cap to build the cool thing. I just want to build the cool thing. Fuck off. Let me build the cool thing. And when I play a game and it's just like, oh, you have to buy a battle pass to get this character that you want. Fuck it, I'm already out. Because, like, I don't want to give you money for a thing I haven't had the chance to try yet. I hope you had a good bath, past it. Anyway, back to Dwarf Ward. Goblin Lasher. The Swordmaster stabs the Goblin Lasher in the head. And the severed part sails off in an arc. Goodbye, head. Got ahead of that attack. And that's an extremely toxic relationship to have with the game. I have to play this game so that I can get my arbitrary membership. That's super toxic in my opinion. Like, I don't know. Like, It's the same reason I don't like meta progression mechanics in run-based games. Like, if you're going to give me a slow tick-up of power... Let's cancel all these jobs. Then run away. Retreat. If you're going to give me a slow drip feed of power, how about instead of doing that, you just simply balance your game so that if I'm really skilled, I can beat it in the first run. Because that saves my time. It's not rewarding me for playing your video game. It's wasting my time because you think that your game is harder than it actually is. And so you artificially increase the difficulty to force me to play longer. That is wasting my time. But every game is built that way now because they just want you to play as long as possible. Because the longer you play, the more attached you get. The more attached you get, the more money you spend. God, there's so many. There's so many dudes. I'm very worried about my military right now. I do not want them to... Do not want them to get exhausted and start falling asleep, because then they'll start dying. We haven't lost anybody yet, so still good. They're all on that one tile. They're very strong, and they're all coming in single file. The problem is like they might start getting thirsty, and when that starts happening, we have a problem. But currently, they're doing all right. Like, there's a lot of them right there. There's like 35 of them. 33 of them, I think? I'm pretty sure it's 33. Okay, so we're going to kill these 3 trolls, and then we're going to retreat. 1, 2, and 3. Back up. Yes, 33. Back up, 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 back up. They're going to have to fight those goblins that are coming up. But I don't want them to fight them in this corner. Because then there's that, like, that wall of trolls right there. And I'm still waiting for more of them to be in the tunnel. Admittedly, this trap is designed so that we have to fight with some of them, because I do think that that's fun. I think that having impenetrable traps is a little boring. So I kind of set it up with the intent of having to fight some of them. You know, I was trying to explain that to somebody in chat yesterday, Erman. Where I was talking about why I respect Dwarf Fortress more than I respect RimWorld specifically. And the reason I will always respect Dwarf Fortress more than I will respect RimWorld is even though they're going to be selling the premium game, the game will still be free. You will still be able to download the free game from their website for free. And it will still be largely the same experience as premium. Whereas RimWorld locks large amounts of content behind $20+ DLCs and the game's already like $45 Canadian. Actually, I think it's 30. I need to check. I think the price got changed again, but it's already like 40 something dollars Canadian, especially after taxes. So it's like, as somebody who respects things that do it just simply for the money less, I will always respect Dwarf Fortress more than I respect games like RimWorld. All right, I'm going to need to make those soldiers back up again. Actually, maybe they can just back up right there. Back up. Back up, dwarves. Back up, 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 back up. I know there's a troll right there, but you can back up. You can make an excellent game that's ruined by a shitty business model. And there's lots of examples of that. There's tons of fantastic games out there that are ruined by terrible business models. Oh, it's absolutely fair that it should be paid for. But I respect the fact that they are also leaving a free version around. They're not going back on the rule, on what they said. They always said Dwarf Fortress will always be free. And even in a world where it's now paid, Dwarf Fortress is still free. Does that make sense? So yes, I completely agree. Dwarf Fortress should be paid for. But they're technically going back on the word by saying that, which is fine because Dwarf Fortress should be paid for. But alongside of it being paid for, it's still free. That's what I respect. B, C. Station up there. Dwarves keep running. We'll reactivate your squad in a moment. This is not great. Actually, this is kind of bad. All right, let's go. We got like 3-4 dwarves there, maybe 5. 5th one coming around the corner in a moment. I think we might lose one. Might lose some now. Oh, maybe not. Stand up, dwarf. Hang in there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, the one that was falling over went into a martial trance. Still in a martial trance. How far out does the burrow go? I'm going to extend this burrow to down here to go rescue wounded. Oh, never mind. Somebody died, I think. Although maybe they just haven't noticed it yet, but Dwarf definitely died. Yep, Tech had died. Rest in peace. We finally lost one. There's a few goblins left in this mosh. You know, I think this might be enough. Pull the lever, dwarfs. Well, I didn't use Stellaris as an example, right? Because Stellaris isn't relevant in that argument. Stellaris is a very different scale of business model with a very different scale of business behind it. Same reason that I heavily respect Freehold Games and Caves of Cud for promising that if they ever do DLC, it'll be included for all of their patrons. That's kind of a similar thing. I don't like it when people... I don't like it when people go back on promises. On a DFLP, as in like on record, it's up to the musicians. Like, when you say LP, do you mean like record, or do you mean like let's play? LP has multiple meanings in this instance. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Oh man, we might be about to launch somebody into space. See where this elf goes. Uh-oh. You might be actually about to be flattened. How about this goblin? Never mind. They all just got atom smashed into the ceiling. Sometimes they get flung. Okay, so we gotta run forwards and remove the last of them. Let's follow Hydra Slayer, one of my captains, one of my best dwarves. Gonna finish off the rest of those bodies. Yeah, no updates. It's strictly up to the artists and whether or not they want to put in the time to do it. Of course, I would love to see it, but... Let's erase that. Just cut this out. Oh, the thing that I've said is I want to will it into existence. All right, let's burn them. Have I played D&D? No. Well, yes. Was it a good experience? No. Never enjoyed a single second of playing D&D, and I've played multiple campaigns over the years. It's not for me, I don't think. I don't think I was actually able to catch the Blizzard... Oh, no, I was able to get one of the Blizzard men in there. And also, when I say D&D, I actually mean I've played various tabletop RPG campaigns with various groups over the year. But I've never really enjoyed it. And there it all goes. This is going to be a big, hefty one, because we're burning a lot of entities. And that lava comes out real fast. Also, we're doing this on snow, which doesn't help. I feel like this lags more when there's snow. No, you don't need to say sorry for asking. It's fine. Why would you be sorry for asking? Not like you're bringing up bad memories or anything. I don't know. I think that it requires a certain personality to really... Actually, you know what? I could pull this lever and surprise these guys with a bunch of lava. It really takes a certain personality type to enjoy tabletop RPGs. I am not that personality type in the slightest. I am the polar opposite of that personality type. I don't think we'll be able to get there in time. I think that might already be leaving too. I might be able to get like a few of them. Surprise? They're just like, huh? What? Like, look at this guy. He's just standing there. Just, what? Where's this? What's this hot shop? Oh, okay. See, I like tabletop rules too. In traditional roguelikes. Try and dump lava out the side, catching even more of them. Look at all these extras we're catching along the way. Jeez. That's actually kind of hilarious. Yeah, they're leaving. All right, let's cancel that. Pull this lever. God, we're still catching them. No, it's the part where it requires other humans. I don't like having to depend on other people for my own entertainment. That part is not fun. And when I'm hanging around with friends that I know, that I enjoy being around, the last thing I want to do is pretend to be somebody else. If I'm hanging around people that I know in person who I enjoy being around, I want to... And I also don't want to play board games. It's for the same reason I don't really like board games. I want to go on a hike. I want to go for a walk. I want to go to a pub. I want to go to a restaurant. I want to hang around and, like, sit in somebody's backyard and have a barbecue. I'm that kind of person when I'm around other people. When I'm with people, that's smoke. That's smoke from corpses being torched. So yeah, when I'm around other people, I want to spend time with those people. And the second it's like, all right, let's distill this time that we're spending together to pretending to be other people. I don't want to do that. I can do that on my own time. I could play Dwarf Fortress. I could play any roguelike. I could go play Caves of Cud. Yeah, like, my favorite thing to do in the world outside of streaming and playing video games is camping. I love backpacking. I have a friend who also streams sometimes who has been talking for ages about coming up to Vancouver from California. And our plan when he comes up here finally is we're going to go on a goddamn hike. Let's try and catch them with the drains. The last few that are leaving. These things are all on fire right now. That's where the smoke's coming from. So I think for me it's just I played pretend when I was a child. I don't need to do that anymore. And that sounds kind of mean, but it's true. If I'm going to play like a tabletop game, I'd rather play a board game. Like I'm like if I'm around a group of people for like a week or two, by the end of the first week, sure, or the end of the second or third day, sure, let's play a couple rounds of Wingspan, or let's play, I don't know, what's another board game I actually like? Let's play a couple rounds of Carcassonne. Let's play some Settlers of Catan. Sure. At that point, why not? But still, like, the last thing I want to do is pretend to be somebody else. I crushed one. I crushed at least two, I think. But look at these idiots trying to run away. That's why you don't play D&D, Gurgi. That's why you play Dungeon World and just remove the stupid restrictive rules and just distill the rules down to what would you like to do? Roll 1d6. If you roll above 3, you basically get to do whatever. Otherwise, the game master gets to decide what happened. But I don't know. I've come to terms with the fact that D&D isn't for me a long time ago, and there's still some occasions where I will play D&D. And it's not that I won't enjoy it, it's just it's not what I want to do with my time. So like I'm the sort of person who would rather go rent a kayak than play D&D. Which makes me sound like some kind of asshole, but I guess at the end of the day, like, you know, I'm a nerd and I like games and I like nerdy things. But for lack of a better term, there's a lot of other things I like to do. And a lot of those things I like to do more than play video games. Video games is one of many hobbies. I'm gonna pull this lever and just deal with these corpses. Easy way. Torch them. Yeah, if you stare at this, you'll see the blood boiling off like that. That blue spurt. There's more, most likely. But they spurt out at random, so. This is a pretty dramatic weapon. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm being an asshole. When I tell people that I don't like D&D, because for so many people, tabletop RPGs is a huge portion of their life. And for a lot of people, it makes being social significantly easier. It removes a lot of barriers that I don't have. You know, I have no problems being social. But I've had like people call me out and say that I'm just being elitist and other things, or like, oh, you just don't like people, you just don't like nerds and stuff like that. It's like, no, not really. Or you just haven't found the right group is another thing that people will say. And it's like, no, when I'm around a group of people I like, I don't want to pretend to be somebody else. You're only a jerk if you lord it over people? I suppose. There's probably some truth to that. I guess it also depends on who you ask, right? Make sure this lava doesn't go too far. How deep is it? Yeah, we should shut that off now. Follow any webcomics? Years ago. Not in a while. Why? I don't really read comics, so... There's a period of my life a long time ago where I read some, but outside of the occasional XKCD strip, no, not really. I used to read the Sunday funnies in the newspaper. You know, like Garfield. And, apparently the creator of Dilbert's an absolute psychopath, so I feel bad saying that I used to read Dilbert, but I used to read Dilbert. That's a lot of fucking lava. Good lord. But yeah, no. I mean, I play video games, and I play strange video games, and I garden. I play strange video games, I garden, and I repair old, like, audio gear. And that's basically my life. I think what it is, Raz, is there's so many people... I mean, as a psychopath, I would know, right? Well, no, I mean, generally, someone I would describe as a psychopath is someone who wishes violence on people, and he's done that on Twitter a couple of times. So, he's wished violence towards people he disagrees with, which is an opinion and a political opinion that I will never agree with. I don't care what your take is. If you wish violence on people, I disagree. Which I think is a pretty valid stance to have. Don't wish violence on anybody. Even people you don't like and disagree with. Do not wish violence on people. Although Wish Violence sounds like a pretty good metal album. So maybe someone should name an album Wish Violence. I think I mathed that out correctly. I think we cut the... Yes, we did. It's shallow enough so it shouldn't go too much further. Perfect. We were able to nuke out almost all of the body bits. Let's just forbid that so that you stop walking so close to lava. But I think what it is there's a very large number of people on Twitch specifically that really enjoy Critical Role. I think Critical Role is insufferable. Like, that format of entertainment is just... I don't like using the word cringe, but that's how I feel when I watch Critical Role. I think it's a very well-produced show, but I don't like it. This dwarf wants to do anything but be in the military, so I'm going to remove you from the military for the time being. So for lack of a better term, just do not really enjoy that format of media. And when I say that I don't like something, because like people get offended easily when they identify with something, right? So if there's a person that very closely connects their own human identity to a format of media or a format of entertainment, and then they try to get affirmation or agreeance or somebody else to reaffirm that enjoyment, and their response is, nah, I hate that thing. You sometimes get really alarmingly negative reactions. Raz? Another like example of this in a little bit of a more silly format is Stone Shard. I think Stone Shard is a really, really, really bad game. It's a very poorly designed game, and it's got some pretty art, but outside of its pretty art, it is a very poorly designed game. And I've encountered a number of streamers and a number of audience members on Twitch who really like it. And because it's a roguelike, people will pretty frequently ask me, hey, Blind, have you played or do you like Stone Shard? Or do you stream Stone Shard? No, I don't. No, I don't like that game. I think that game's really bad. I've had people and they maybe don't say anything, but I've had people tune in and say, hey, do you ever stream Stone Shard? And I go, no, I think that game's really poorly designed. I don't like it. And they tune out. People don't like having things that they like being told that another person doesn't like it. There is a stat that was flying around a little while ago. Something like 40% of people looking at YouTube videos reviewing a product or a game or something already own the product or the game and are just looking for positive affirmation, which is why negative reviews of things online tend to get a lot of downvotes. So if you upload a review of a video game, regardless of what the video game is, unless it's a actually terrible video game that everybody is widely panning, like anything EA Games has put out in the last half decade, unless it's something like that, odds are you're going to get a lot of negative feedback on that review. Which is why a lot of creators that I've seen over the last few years have stopped doing just straight up reviews of things and have moved to more of a essay style of content where they'll do an essay about a style of video game, or they'll do more retrospective content on games that people already know that people like, instead of doing here's just a hard-ass normal review against a normal new release. Because if you turn around and review, I don't know, what's an expensive game that just came out? Has anything expensive come out recently? I don't know. Not very... Okay, let's just say the new Call of Duty, right? If you put out a review of the new Call of Duty, because that's not out yet, but if you put out a review of the new Call of Duty and you say, it's fantastic, I really like it, you'll get a lot of positive affirmation from all those people who are coming in just to see the review, right? If you say a lot of legitimate criticisms and are mixed to negative or mixed to positive even, those people who are already pre-decided on their opinion of the game when they go to watch a review will tell you that this thing is a negative. This is bad. You shouldn't say negative thing about game I like or franchise I like. So the problem with that is when I say that I don't like D&D, it's that exact situation. So whenever somebody asks me if I like D&D, I already have this, does this person love D&D and play 3 different campaigns a week, and are they going to be upset or sad or disappointed if I say I don't like D&D? That's what I'm talking about. It's not that I'm a bad person for not liking D&D. It's somebody asking me if I like D&D gives me immediate stress going, oh, fuck, am I just going to completely burn a bridge with this viewer now immediately because I don't like D&D. Especially when there's a lot of crossover between tabletop RPGs and tabletop. Like, there's a fucking tabletop room in my Discord. Like, there's so much crossover fandom there that the second I say, oh, I don't like this thing, because a lot of this industry is powered by parasocial relationships. You feel that you know me, you feel that we get along, you feel that we could be friends, you show up and you watch my stream again. The second I say something like, I don't like this thing, it's sort of similar to when I say out loud, women have the right to abortions. Certain people will be like, fuck you, I don't like you anymore, and they don't want to watch my streams. So that's kind of, for me, why it's like, it's always kind of a tricky question to answer, because am I going to burn a bridge over something fucking stupid? Sure, because you're a logical, mature acting person, Arctic Boy. But not everybody is that. Sorry, that was probably a much longer rant over the, like, do you like D&D question, but I like the concept of D&D. And I also like reading stories about D&D. I actually listened to a D&D podcast for a while, which was Friends at the Table, although it was a tabletop RPG podcast. I listened to that for a bit, which was more just like collaborative storytelling, but I'd never want to take part in it. Enjoyed watching it, but have I seen Barony? I matched. You know, actually, I'm not going to finish that sentence. I know somebody who worked on it, so yes, I know Barony. It looks neat enough for you to try. It's a cool game. I haven't played the finished game. I played an early access build of it ages ago. But I know people like it. I wouldn't say that I've played it. Okay, what are we getting negative thoughts about? We have to be able to fight for so long. I help people. Practice some martial art. Name the wander. I think this fort might be starting to spiral, and that's kind of fun, actually. Led an unexciting life. Go join the frickin' military, then. This dwarf stuck in a loop. And you can say it's a cool game? Yeah, I mean, I've heard good things about Barony. I think it would make me pretty motion sick, actually. How the fuck did that dwarf's body not burn? Oh. Smear of Tekid paper drives the wayward ores influences dwarf boiling blood. Its blood is boiling. But was it tough enough to not burst? Did it finally finish? Yeah, okay, it finally finished evaporating. That's terrifying. I didn't see it explode. I blinked and it was gone. But yes, I would agree with that, Kodiak. I would agree with that take. That it's a sign of maturity, being able to compartmentalize somebody else's takes and opinions and not take it personally. But discourse on classification. Chat, this dwarf has a book about roguelikes. That's a good name for a book. This is a llama parchment scroll. The rollers are made from mudstone, written on the item is a manual entitled "Discourse on Classification." It's a book about genre classification. Naturally, it concerns the classification of creatures by their physical features. Okay, fine. The writing contains some asides related to the related to the author's preferences. The prose is great. Is it that you don't see a whole lot of classic style RPGs these days? It's because nobody buys them. Remember how earlier I was talking about games are designed to make as much money as possible and keep you playing them as long as possible to make as much money off of you as possible? Well, classic RPGs do not really lend themselves to that kind of business model because you make a game and you sell it and they play it for 100 hours and you can't print money off of them during that 100 hours. That's why Blizzard has been having so much trouble making a new Diablo, because how do you put them into a game and milk money out of them for the thousands of hours that they're going to play it without them realizing it and without them getting really mad at the fact that you're milking all of the money out of them while they're playing it? I tried that once already with the Real Money Auction House, and that went so well. But as far as classic RPGs go, Spiderweb Software, they got you. Quite literally. Let's go play Spiderweb Software games. There's also a few indie roguelike RPGs that, you know, are in the works. Yes, but Path of Exile is free to play. Diablo is going to be a $80, $89.99 product. Spiderweb Software. Oh boy. Yeah, the grumpy old uncle who lives in the attic of the internet. Game Developer Edition. Oh, that's why the game randomly paused and teleported me. It's because this dwarf is making an... Actually, hold up. I'm just going to bid all this. Oops, nope, that's not the right hotkey. I should actually look at the UI before I start hitting hotkeys. Just want you to grab raw adamantine. But yeah, he truly is the creepy uncle who lives in the attic of the internet. God, I'm actually kind of spiraling a little bit. It is possible in this version of the game to spiral if you completely neglect your dwarves' needs for 40 years. Kind of okay with this, though. Also, like, yeah, you are kind of getting classic style RPG. When you say classic style, do you mean CRPGs? Is that what you're talking about? Or, like, what do you mean when you say classic style RPG? Because I assume you mean CRPGs. Because, like, even, like, fucking literally, I open up Steam and the first thing I see is Disco Elysium. Like, this is, like, a master class in classic RPGs. So, I'm not totally sure what you mean. But when you say, like, classic RPG, what do you mean? Well, it's like, if you're talking CRPGs, like, just looking at the CRPG section of Steam, like Disco Elysium, Baldur's Gate, the new Baldur's Gate, Divinity, Original Sin 1 and 2, the Pathfinder games, Torment was fine. Skyrim isn't an RPG, though. Computer is what the C stood for originally, but now it stands for classic. A CRPG is a computer RPG, an RPG that you play on your computer. Oh, Might and Magic or Wizardry? I mean, Skyrim's an action-adventure game. It's not an RPG, like, at all. But when you say Wizardry, if you want to play, like, a Wizardry style, like, dungeon-crawling RPG, you gotta look at Japan. Japan's got all of that shit. In fact, they still put out Wizardry games. And, like, they put out Undernauts, which is from one of the... There's a... Yeah, Undernauts. Labyrinth of Yomi. This thing. This is a very much a semi-Wizardry style RPG. Like, they make them. You just have to dig. You just have to look for them. And know where to look for them. I mean, fuck, I would even... I mean, Yakuza Like a Dragon is like an RPG. But yeah, no, I mean, there's tons of great RPGs out there these days. It's just a matter of locating them. They're not always the easiest to spot. But like Spiderweb Software is also great if you want like the isometric classic RPG. But like scrolling around looking at just the RPG section of Steam. Okay, that's a useless directory. Everything's a fucking RPG. Literally everything's an RPG. What games have I played from Spiderweb? Not many. I played the Avarium. However you pronounce it. Avernium! I can't even remember which one of these I played. One of these. He made so many of them. And they all look the same, so I don't fucking know. I played one of these. Yeah, I'm not a CRPG guy. But, I mean, this is Spiderweb Software. They got lots of them. Most role-playing games these days are not actually role-playing games. They're action-adventure games masquerading as RPGs because developers don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's a lot of iron bars. Applewood logs, pigtail cloth, 2 iron bars, unicorn bone, iron bars, malachite. Interesting. Well, it's kind of like the roguelike problem, where people don't know how to classify their hard game, so they call it a roguelike. It's rarely actually a roguelike. Which will always bother me and irk me. And RPGs are a very similar situation. Like the actual meaning behind the genre is just gone. Taylor, hello. Fun plans for my weekend? I might be buying camping gear on Sunday, but aside from that, really no. I've got a video to edit. Also, if you want a really good RPG, play Caves of Cud, but turn off the classic mode and play on Wander. I think it's Wander? The one where you can save at towns. That's a really good way to play Caves of Cud if you want to play it as an RPG. This could be a portal to hell. Just making a window, peeking in. Caves of Cud is incredible. Oh, Underrail, that's another classic RPG. I'm literally just like thinking, like, what are good, like, modern made RPGs? It's like, Underrail's great. What gear is this? I'm still missing, well, I mean, we're getting into winter time, so things for winter camping. Waterproof stuff, dry bag. I need better carabiners because mine are shit. But buying camping gear also means, like, just going to the pub with my friend. Because, like, you know, what's the point of buying camping gear if you don't, like, drink while you're at it? Starting to worry that there's just straight up no entrances to hell on this map. I haven't found any yet. I've dug up so much adamantine, but no caves to hell. It's not this world, though, because I found other entrances to hell elsewhere in the world. Also, Limul Olonthak, funny last name. The stoneworker has created Alice Bab, a malachite figurine of Dubar Pale Stockade, and claims it is a family heirloom. Wholesome. But, you know, honestly, it's kind of funny, though. When we're talking about genres and, like, certain types of games, like, not showing up recently, all I gotta say is the case is usually, yes, that genre still exists. And yes, there are people making games in that genre. It's just a whether or not you're willing to dig deep enough to find it, and they might not be selling well. Like, there are certain genres that certainly don't sell as well or do as well financially as they used to. That might still be actively played by people, right? Like, there are still people out there making and playing MUDs. There's still like 200 people playing that fucking Discworld MUD. That thing still exists. There's still people playing fucking EverQuest. It's just a matter of finding them. All right, so let's take a peek at this. This is a malachite figurine of Dubar Pale Stockade. All craft starship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Dubar Pale Stockade, the dwarf, and Act Safe, the llama wool turban in malachite, Lemul Olenthak, and wait, what? Hold on. And a llama wool turban by Lemul Olenthak. Okay. Dubar Pale Stockade is Rising Act Safe. The arc relates to the creation of Act Safe in Threatdweller by Dubar Pale Stockade in late autumn of 234. It is studded with iron and decorated with unicorn bone and apple wood, and encircled with bands of iron. This object menaces with spikes of iron. On the item is an image of Risen Clenched Glaze the Dwarves in iron. Risen Clenched Glaze is weeping. The artwork relates to the melancholy of the dwarf Risen Clenched Glazes after failing to create an artifact in Threatdweller in the early winter of 226. On the item is an image of a hide root and pigtail. That's a very happy, sad artifact. There's one dwarf successfully making an artifact and being happy, and one crying and offing themselves because they failed to create an artifact. That's really sad, but also happy. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I mean, there's still people making text adventures too, you know? Just because like a genre isn't like wildly successful in the mainstream doesn't mean it's not still actively made or played. Well, hello, Skeleton Man. Happy I can provide. Cheers, mate. Thanks for watching. But man, it's hard to find them. Yeah. I mean, that's why idiots like me exist, right? Need to find a weird, obtuse genre of video games? I can probably help you find at least two. Maybe not every single one ever made, but I can help you find it one or two. But thanks for saying nice things, Skeleton Man. Those kind of words keep me going. You know what? Actually, let's just quickly upstairs. Downstairs, actually. With a Groundhog Day kind of mechanic, you should finish it. I mean, obviously, it's not, like, still able to be entered into the, like, event, but... Can they smooth that? That's annoying. Oh, it's okay. We can dig right next to it and then get down there. I was trying to speed up this process, but... Yeah, makes sense, Aqua. We'll do another game jam, though. I just can't say when. We actually need to talk about that in team meetings soon. The game jam videos even did well on my YouTube channel, which I was kind of surprised by. Okay, let's peek into this one. This one is highly suspect because it does go straight into the blackness, so... Back to making more Atta shields. Good win, Gurgi and Aqua. Unfortunately, you just missed the deadline. Second time, the second the bot says investments have been placed, you missed it. But till next time, though. Let's get those stairs destroyed so we can climb down there. We can smooth the inside of this. There's no real easy way of getting down to the next one, so hopefully we find out whether or not this is a portal to hell pretty quickly. Falling out the adamantine. What am I doing right now? I am hollowing out spires of adamantine with the purpose of gathering, well, the very valuable metal to use for weaponry, but also scouting the spires for portals into the Redacted so that we can fight Redacted with my army. Spoilers time now. We're tunneling into adamantine spires to try and find hell so that we can fight with the literal Balrogs that hide underground in Dwarf Fortress. But I haven't found one yet, and not all of them have them. It's like a 50-50 chance. And so far, we're like, not for 6, so... Gotta keep digging. Gotta keep digging deeper. Gotta keep digging deeper. Don't worry about spoilers. I don't know. I don't really care about spoilers for me personally, but I do blurt them out on occasion. I like to kind of give people a warning. What are their abilities? Are you familiar with Forgotten Beasts? They're just like Forgotten Beasts. As in, their abilities are randomly generated. Okay. spit fire, shoot webs. Largely their dangerousness level depends on what materials they're made out of. It varies. Some of them can fly, some of them can't. Oh, they don't die when you cast them in obsidian? Really? So when you mine through the obsidian, do they pop out? Because that's kind of amazing, actually. I'm just thinking for future, pranks that you could play on a... people. Are they invincible? Well, I mean, they're immune to lava. I mean, you can stab them to death with stabby weapons. So the problem I have is I want to check this level. I don't have an easy way of doing that. So you know what? I think we'll just move on to the next spire. Preferably one that's easier to get to, like this one. All right, let's do that. It is fun. I once emptied an ocean into hell. More for comedic effect than anything. But yes, hell can be quite fun. Tavern Keeper's throwing yet another tantrum. Oh shit, we do actually have some points of disorderly conduct down at the bottom again. The problem is like, I've got all of these silly espionage crimes stacked up here now, which make it very hard to, like, decipher which is actually the crime I need to be paying attention to. Meditate on torture. Yeah, I do that every day. Mood. Also, I just realized I've been streaming for 8.5 hours without a break. Whoops. It's one of those days, I guess. I think I'll probably get a snack before I switch to Zorbus. Because we're going to go do some Zorbin today, too. Mighty Zorbin Power Rangers, as they say. But we'll do a little bit more DF. I kind of want to go through a couple more Adamantine Spires and maybe another Siege. I was playing Zorbus yesterday. I've never gotten around to playing it, but it releasing on Steam is like a, okay, fuck it. Time to play it. But I don't know. From my like 3 hours that I have in Zorbus from yesterday, game seems really easy to get into. Not easy, but easy to get into, which makes it an approachable streaming option. I appreciate. And it has lots of wiggle settings, which is very good. 10 out of 10. Ten game of the year. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's now officially my Steam review. This game has an extremely elaborate wiggle settings menu. It's which means it gets a thumbs up. An extremely elaborate wiggle settings menu. Gotta love the wiggle settings. You know, honestly, I think it's up there with what's it called? Up there with Jupiter Hell and its curse word slider menu, which is also pretty good. Wiggle slide. So it's for sprites. They have a slight wiggle, like breathing animation that they do. They do like this weird pulsing thing. And you can say whether or not they're synchronized wiggles, whether they're non-synchronized wiggles. You can say how fast you want them to wiggle, what frequency you want them to wiggle. We need like some water there. So here's what we're gonna do. And this right here, and get that. That should be enough. It's not really chaos, actually. You're doing very fast squats due to wiggle settings? I mean, someone has to. Actually, I wonder. Hold up. Let's see if I can just dig above these. This is a plan with potential hellfire, but you know, fuck it, we'll try. Why not? Let's take a gamble. Why not? I don't even know if they can get down in there. Yes, they can. Which means I can mine this one out safely. I was going to do some fancy collapsing shenanigans, but turns out this is way quicker. So the reason I'm smoothing these and fortifying these first is if you fortify, it lets you see what's behind it. So I'm smoothing and fortifying to get a peek around. Turns out that's enough that they'll be able to see around or see through this layer. So we can very quickly and easily discern if there's something evil behind it that's going to obliterate us out of existence. Yeah, I think this will be the last spire we go through today. Then I'll leave you guys with some tunes very briefly, and then I will go get a snack. Maybe not a full lunch, but a snack, and then we will go play Zorbus. Plan for the evening. Although I do have to say a big thank you to those of you who've been hanging out. You know, we've had quite a good crowd here today. Actually, kind of a massive crowd, because I got 3 very generous raids at the start of the stream. which I really, really appreciate from my team. Shoutouts to like Kiri and FG and Jess for the raids right at the start. Kind of made the day, to be honest. And Rissin the Engraver is giving birth to a baby boy. Okay, let's see what you're gonna go do. So, let's carve fortifications. I'm not thinking about that. Won't be thinking about that until I get in game. I'm not experienced enough in that game to really even know what my options are. And also, I'm pretty sure this one is not a pathway into hell. Not very lucky. But we do have another place that we can check. Can go... Mine through that. Down into here. We'll go take a look. It's one more spot it could be. I mean, I do want to try the other classes, so I'll probably just try the other archetype classes. That's what I'm working with, so I don't know, maybe let's try a sorcerer or something. Or a wizard, maybe a ranger. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Think about it then. I did 3 warrior runs yesterday, which was, they're fun. Want to try something a little bit different? Currently playing one game that requires a lot of brain. Thinking about another game that I only have 3 hours in that also requires a lot of brain is difficult to do. I only have so much brain. Surely you must understand that struggle, though, chat. Game require too much brain. Can't play game want to play because don't have enough brain left. It's just like my daily struggle. This is going to take 10,000 years. You know what? Actually, how about instead of doing it that we go up this way? Up, down, down. Try this way. Go one layer up so I don't need to deal with the canceling all the time. Yes. Arctic. If you could think of like a D&D character archetype, it's probably in. Because there's classes and then there's races. So there's a lot. But I'm not doing custom character stuff. So when someone asks me, they're like, what's your ideas for custom characters? I don't fucking know. Still no luck. I mean, you've been watching this whole time, haven't you? Trust me, you'd know if I found it. And it's now summer, by the way. So we're waiting for summer. Roll over. 'cause we're not there yet. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-boop. Video game. Wasting my time. Load faster. Also, I shit you not, chat. I've dropped 419 frames today, apparently. I should drop one more frame. Quick, everybody in chat, post something at exactly the same time and hurt my CPU just slightly so that we drop one more frame. You don't actually have to do that, but like, what if only we just dropped 420 frames? Then at the very least I could feel good about it because it would be a meme. Go. Kappa. Looks like casting clowns on obsidian should work according to the wiki. Not sure how you failed your dwarves so many years ago. Oh, really? Okay, so this was like a long time ago that you did the thing. I thought this was recently. Because I actually wanted to do that in this fort, was cast them into obsidian. Because I felt that that would be a really fun way to do it. All right, so find up. Gotta remember to unpause the game. That would help. That should be fine, right? It might... yeah, it should be fine. Hopefully lava doesn't come out of it, actually. Also possible. Okay. Well, that's semi-molten rock right there. That stuff loves to just, like, surprise dump lava on your head. Okay, that might be it, but I'm kind of not very hopeful. Kinda not very hopeful, frankly. You know what? Fuck it. Okay, yeah. I mean, the game's changed a lot since 2013. Odds are pretty good. New content. Changed it. Why does it have to be dwarves on the other side of the fortress that decide to go smooth it? Grumbles. At least this fort's small, so it doesn't actually take that long for them to clear the distance, but man. Lava up from the hells to your fort? Well, it's from the magma sea to my fort. And, But I use magma pumps to get it up. Also, that's what she said. Yeah, I use magma pumps. Super pumps. Made out of glass. Why glass? Because it's magma safe and infinite and was accessible. There you go. Perfect. Let's see. It's a bust. God damn it. One other place I'm gonna try. They're in another. The demons are in another spire, chat. In another spire. Admittedly, that's my fault for building such a big map. Because like that could be it. Down there, this one. It could just be that one. Could also be any of these other ones. So it's like... To make a glass plate base in hell, it's possible to make a base out of any material in hell. The issue is getting rid of the locals. Once they're gone, yeah, you can build whatever you want. You can build anything anywhere. I once built a tavern in hell. I went all the way down there and killed the majority of the baddies and put a bunch of tables and chairs down, and then suddenly a bunch more demons showed up, and then... let's just say the screams were heard for miles. Okay, well, kinda didn't intend that, and I think I just blocked the way. Only my dwarves did, yeah? Plenty of dwarves did. I don't know about anybody else. Maybe 24 of them down there, and then the rest of the demons showed up. And then we all died. It was a fun fort, though. Alright. Nothing down here as well. Let's do this now. That's good. Cyrolac. Welcome back. Boop-a-dee-doop-be-doop. Beep-doop-bop-beep-ba-doop-ba-da-ba-dee-bop. All right, so human caravan has arrived, but immediately is leaving because my doors are still locked. We're just gonna finish this thing, and then we're gonna go play other stuff. You spent too much on booze for the players. Hey, someone had to. To be fair, booze is a pretty easy way to, like, tip. So I'm just gonna buy a drink for the person playing the instrument. Everybody's happy. They were gonna buy it anyways. Makes you happy to buy it for them. Everybody wins. It was an hour in and no one put any shots up for them yet? Yep, nope. Then. See, you're doing God's work now. I mean, see, even Jesus went to a party and turned all the crappy water into wine. Someone had to. Jesus was a G. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm actually more of a J, but... Although I guess it depends on your definition of real. You got 2 shots and put 20s around them and brought them up. Well, sounds like you had fun. Reminds me of a jazz bar I went to once. But that was a fun bar because the bartenders were taking shots. That was a fun bar. It's when the bartenders start taking shots that you know it's a fun bar. This probably isn't a portal to hell. Probably isn't. I'm so disappointed. We've hauled tons of adamantine in here and no demons to be seen. Due too deeply and greedily my butt. Get over there. Do the thing there, Dwarf. After the 3rd round. Wow, you're not kidding. You spent too much money on booze and food. Third round. I don't believe I've ever been to a food truck more than 3 times. In one sitting, anyway. Back before I was type 1 diabetic, though, there was one time I was out on Moody Row, and I'd done a bunch of drinking. And me and my friend went and got ice cream from the gelato place there. And then we went back and got more, and they're like, "You're back?" Yep, need more ice cream. Naturally, it's hot out. What do you want from us? We're like, well, we don't generally get repeat customers in the same day. Oh, you bought food for the players. Okay, I get you. I thought you were talking. Okay, that makes more sense now. Say, that's a lot of food, man. Depending on the food truck, like, portions aren't necessarily small. That's what I thought you meant. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I just wish that you could fortify before you smooth. Just want to fortify these walls. That's all I want to do. Doop up doop da doop da doop dop deep dop dop dee dop dee dop doop. Also, apparently, I don't know if I should be proud about this, chat, but I have exactly 800 games on Steam. Exactly 800. Last time it really registered, I remember hitting 666. I could play a game a day and not run out of games for 2 years. That's crazy. Although some of those games are quite literally unplayable. Like Breach, as an example. I could install it and launch it, but nobody can make servers for it. Chat, do you own any games that are literally unplayable now? It's kind of a weird feeling. It's being like, people worked on this thing and spent time, money, and effort making a thing. Now nobody can play it. Total Annihilation Kingdoms? Wait, what? Total Alienation? I don't even know what that is. Lots of old PC games of your parents and CDs for Windows 95 and 98. Well, I mean, you could still theoretically play those. When I say game that you can't play, I mean, like, you can buy... shit. I'm an idiot. I just killed, like... Mirror Hall Clay. Iteb, the Doctor. And my Goblin Dancer and my Bard. Whoops. I wasn't paying attention and smoothed the lava. Well, oopsie. All right, so the kill count on today is like 11, 12, 13 maybe? Can you tell that I'm getting close to being finished with this fort chat room? It's like when I stop caring, that's when I'm like, I'm getting close to that. I don't know when we'll start a new fort in this world, but I think the next time I stream this fort will probably be the last one. But I think that's it for Threatdweller for today. I'm going to move us over to the Zorbus directory and get that game started. And then I'm going to go get a snack. Not lunch, because it's too late for lunch. But I'm going to go get me a snack. And then when I return, we're going to play Zorbus for a couple hours. It's 9 hours into the stream now. So we will stream for like another, I don't know, 4? Give or take? So. Throw it. I mean, I could just get Arch to come in here and say that on voice chat if you want. He's Australian. Or I think Drongo's awake, probably. I'm still waiting for Dwarf Fortress to finish saving.